Hello, Mr. Yuzuru. Good morning from Indonesia to Japan. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Yuzuru from Japan. Good morning from Indonesia. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, nice to meet you, sir. Selamat pagi. Oh, you can speak. Yeah, you can speak Indonesia. Well, that's good.
Bisa.
Oh, bisa.
Bisa bahasa. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah.
By the way, have you visited Indonesia? Or are you Indonesian?
Quite often.
Oh, okay.
Mungkin 100 kali lebih.
Oh, yeah. It sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm studying about the Indonesian law.
So, may we know where? Where did you study in Indonesia?
Yes, I studied in Gajah Mada University for 1 year as an exchange student.
So that's why you can speak English. You can speak Indonesia very well. Okay, yes. That's good. Have you visited Banjarmasin, Mr. Yuzuru?
Not yet.
Not yet. Hopefully one day you can visit our city.
Yeah. I scheduled visit to Kalimantan.
Okay, post-pandemic, not now.
Last summer, but I cannot.
Okay, post-pandemic, not now. It's very dangerous right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope, next year.
Okay.
So should I stay here and waiting for the ceremony? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, actually, our event will commence at 9 o'clock sharp. Now we ask you ready for the other keynote speakers. Very nice information, sir. But now we have, Mr. Professor Alberto Gomez is already here. Yes, good morning, sir, from Indonesia, Mr. Alberto Gomez.
Hi, good morning. You must be Ratna.
Yeah. Yeah, call me Ratna. Okay.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you very much for joining our international event, sir. We know that you are very busy, but you still spend your time to join with us today. Thank you so much, sir.
It's my pleasure, Ratna.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So do I call you Ratna or
Ratna?
Okay, Ratna.
Oh, just Ratna. You don't need to call me moderator. Just call me Ratna.
Okay. So I shall not call you Bu Ratna.
Oh, okay. It's okay, sir. If you want to call me Bu Ratna or yes, Mrs. Hanky too, if you want to call me that. Okay, I'm just kidding. Wonderful. Okay. Yes, Bu Yati and Bu Yati. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu Ratna.
Yeah, your close friend is already here. Say hello to Professor Yuzuru.
Oh, Yati. Sekarang ada di mana? Di beranda? Are you staying?
I'm still in Indonesia. I'm still in Indonesia.
Indonesia, okay. So you say that you will be to Leiden, the Netherlands.
Yeah, actually today ada Zoom dengan Dikti juga hari ini. Jadi ada Zoom juga untuk persiapan keberangkatan.
Okay.
But I think it will be postponed in the next year maybe because due to the pandemic.
Yeah, because of COVID-19.
Yes.
Yeah, Bu Yati, you know that I was very surprised when Mr. Yuzuri said that he can speak Indonesian very well. Oh my God.
Okay. Maybe better than English. Yes.
Okay, now let's move to Dr. Muhammad Wahab, sir. Hello, sir. Assalamualaikum and good morning, sir.
Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam. Good morning, Bu Ratma. Thank you very much. I feel happy today to take in participation in international conference. It's very amazing for me.
Okay, so do us here, sir. Thank you so much. We say thank you very much.
Abang Profesor Albert Gomez. How are you?
Selamat pagi, Muhammad.
Oh my God! All of keynote speaker can speak Indonesia.
So long time never met you. We have always great to meet you in Yogyakarta.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, yes, indeed. It's such a pleasure to put a face to a name.
How about your institutions surrounding world? Anywhere you taking conference around the world, deep in your institution?
It has been, yeah, it has been quite hectic and busy at the moment. Just the last week, I had to give 5 lectures to a university in India, and it was yeah, it was good. It was quite interesting. I had to give lectures to law students in India.
Okay, some months ago, I to get information your collaboration with UIN Yogyakarta, your institution, right?
Yes, I do quite a bit of work with Muhammadiyah University in Yogyakarta, as you know, and also I work very closely with Pak Purwo in Gajah Mada, as well as the NU University. So we do have very good connections, and also work with several scholars from LIPI. So I've been giving talks to people in LIPI as well. So just a few weeks ago, I gave a talk on Indian diaspora to a project in LIPI.
Professor Albert, I have dreamed to one time invite you to deliver collaboration with my university, Islamic University of Kalimantan, for the future after Corona.
Yes.
Corona. I think we have to build collaboration, networking, academic with your institution, between Islamic University of Kalimantan. I think maybe for the future time.
Oh yes, indeed, of course. I must apologize. I couldn't make the trip to visit your university the last time I was in Jakarta and Yogyakarta, and it was far too short a time. So. And I had to sorry, go ahead.
I recommended you to be delivery discussion University Merdeka Malang next month.
Yes, I'm giving
information about it.
Yes, I'm giving a keynote address at the university in Malang, the Universitas Merdeka.
Yes, I see.
Malang, yes. So that's next. That's in November. Yeah.
Talking about human security and social security, I think it is compatible talking the time.
Yes, of course, indeed. Yes, and I mean today it's going to be a very short presentation, but I'll give the skeleton to the to the various ideas that I have about how we can build a better world. So next month in October, I'm giving a keynote at a psychology conference in Malaysia. So that focuses on making another world possible. So that should be
thank you, Abang.
Thank you so much, Pa.
Okay, Ibu Ratma.
Thank you so much, Pa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir. We are still waiting for Dr. Makaria from Philippines. Should we start now, sir, or still waiting for him? Is there any information, Pak? Mr. Uhai?
Bu Ratna, Prof. Serkan from Turkey will join to us right now.
Okay.
I already called him.
Okay, Professor Serkan Dilai. Good morning, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, sir. Finally, we meet again. Thank you so much, sir. Yesterday you joined our trial session, and then today also you joined our international conference. Again, we would like to say thank you very much, sir, for spending your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Actually, we are still waiting for Dr. Makario from Philippines, sir. even in based on our schedule, we are going to commence our event at 9 o'clock sharp. So, okay, the committee, can we start now? We're waiting for the presenter. Okay. Pak Angga, hello, Pak Angga, could you please contact Dr. Makario Gayeta?
Yeah, I contact him, but he couldn't pick my.
Okay, so how about if we start now? It's better if we start now because the first presenter is already it's already here. The second presenter is also already here, so we can we hope he can join a few minutes later. Okay, yes, because our rector is already here too, and then some deans also already here, director of a graduate program. So it's better if we start now. Okay, for the all participants, thank you so much for spending your time to join our program today. Let's begin now. Pak Idea. Ladies and gentlemen, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Dari UNISKA, moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable, all keynote speakers from 6 different countries. The Honorable, the Head of Foundation Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. The Honorable, Rector of UNISKA, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. The Honorable Vice Rector of UNISKA, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. The Honorable Director of Graduate Program and all Deans of UNISKA, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. The Honorable all prepared presenters. The Honorable all respected participants and committees on this international conference. First of all, let's say thanks to our God who has given us long life and a good health so we can join the International Conference on Social Science and Humanity, Economics and Politics today. Besides, let's also say thanks to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the brightness. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open our event today by saying Basmalah for the Muslims. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is reciting the Holy Quran by Rusdian Shah SPDI, MPDI. Floor is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is opening remark by Rector of Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Bajari Banjarmasin, Indonesia, and also will open this event officially. The Honorable Professor Abdul Malik, PhD. Floor is yours.
Good morning for all. The Honorable Vice Rectors, the Honorable Director Postgraduates, the Honorable Committee Organizing, the Honorable all invite speaker, special Professor Yuzuhara Simada, Professor Alberto Gomez, Professor Serkan, the Honorable all participants in the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me this opportunity to welcome all of the conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made of possible together here by online is good condition and healthy. Dear keynote speaker, distinguished guests and participants of the first international conference on social science, humanity, economic, and politics, contributing of international seminar for enhancement and add value for Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Bajari Banjarmasin. We have very pleased to host this conference. Welcome to UNISKA campus, even though it is only virtual. The world is currently facing many challenges, especially the COVID-19 pandemic, but we must continue to strive so that the sustainability agenda to produce increased efficiency and productivity can be maintained. We should be clearly aware the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation. We need to promote cooperation within the profession and also with natural in social scientists. International cooperation is social science, humanity, economic, and the exchange of knowledge and promote technological application for safe and well-being future to support humanity life sustainability. This year conference inherits a routine agenda of UNISKA. It is part of our concern on contribution of science and technology for enhancing productivity and competitiveness is global. Hopefully, we can all significantly give more contribution to the nation advancement. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. With saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the first international conference on social science, humanity, economic, and politics was officially opened. Thank you very much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, sir, for the opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, the last agenda of this opening ceremony is prayer, led by Dr. Haji Muhammad Janul, SMM. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Good morning. The Honorable Rector Islamic University of Kalimantan, the Honorable all keynote speaker, the Honorable all participant international conference, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pray according to our respective religions. For those who are Muslim, let's start by reading Surah Al-Fatihah. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah hamdan yuwafi ni'ma yukafihi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa syadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut wa najata minan nari wa qanil hisab. Allahumma adfa'na al-ghala wal bala wal waba wal fahsya wal munkar wasyufa muhtalifa syadaida ma dhahar min hamabatan min balidina hadza hassah wa min buldanil muslimina ammah innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayidina Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the opening ceremony on today's international conference. Well, All respected keynote speakers and participants, before coming to our main agenda, may we take your time to greet our partner universities and also to show our university profile. Okay, Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin, Indonesia or UNISKA, has collaboration with some institutions abroad. In the Philippines, we have collaboration with 1. Pangasinan State University, 2. University of Santo Tomas, 3. Tarlac Agricultural University, 4. Mariano Marcos State University, 5. Philippines Norma University Not Luzon, 6. University of San Jose Recolatos, 7. Lyceum of the Philippines University, 8. St. Louis University, 9. Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, 10. Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, 11. University of Cadaleras, and the last one is Remnan Institute. Where in Thailand, we have collaboration with 1. Konket University, 2. Pranakon Rajabat University, 3. Chiang Rai Rajabat University, and the last one is Chiang Mai Rajabat University. Now let's move to Vietnam. In Vietnam, we have 2 collaboration, 1 with Duy Thanh University, and the second is Nguyen Thanh University. In Malaysia, we have collaboration with 1 Polytechnic Seberang Perai, Malaysia, 2 University Malaysia Sarawak or UNIMAS, and the last one is University Pendidikan Sultan Idris or UPSI. Where in Brunei Darussalam, we have collaboration with University Brunei Darussalam or UBD. Then for the Arabic, we have also 2 collaboration, 1 Hamad bin Khalifa University Qatar, and the second Association of Arabic University Jordan. We have also planned to collaborate with some institutions in Egypt and India, and that now is in progress. So for the all keynote speakers, if you are interested in making collaboration with UNISKA or us, we are very happy, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are from the committee would like to show our university profile. Let's watch it.
Banjarmasin is the capital of South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It is located on a delta island near the junction of the Barito and Martapura rivers. As a result, Banjarmasin city, known as the City of Thousand Rivers, has an area of 98.46 kilometers square. Universitas Islam Kalimantan, the place where knowledge and innovation are integrated in humanity through its long story since 1981.
Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin. UNISKA merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Kalimantan. UNISKA mempunyai visi menjadi universitas Islam yang unggul di kawasan ASEAN pada tahun 2031. UNISKA terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kerjasama di tingkat regional, nasional, dan ASEAN dalam rangka mencapai visi tahun 2031. Networking sekarang sudah kita bangun ya, dengan berbagai universitas yang ada di ASEAN. Bahkan kami sekarang hampir setiap semester itu mengirimkan student dalam rangka bagaimana mencapai visi tersebut supaya UNISKA tahun 2031 benar-benar bisa mencapai visi yang telah dicanangkan.
Universitas Islam Kalimantan is considered as the oldest and the largest private university in South Kalimantan. It has been through a substantial change for more than a century. UNISKA currently has 10 faculties with 21 majors and 4 master degrees programs. Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Teacher Trainings and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Information Technology, Faculty of Pharmacy,
Saya Dr. Insinyur Gusti Rami MT ditunjuk sebagai Ketua Umum Badan Pengurus Yayasan UNISKA menangani tentang sarana-sarana, sumber daya manusia dosen dan staf, dan tentang keuangan. Jadi UNISKA selama ini sudah berumur 41 tahun, sudah membangun kampus yang representatif. Nah, harapan kita nanti semua fakultas untuk S1 pindah ke sana. Jadi untuk S2 masih berada di kampus yang lama. Nah, ke depannya mudah-mudahan ini memberi berkah kepada UNISKA menjadi akreditasi A. Itulah yang kita harapkan ke depan. UNISKA itu adalah perguruan tinggi yang berkualitas dengan akreditasi A. Itu yang kita harapkan.
UNISKA is an Islamic university with multicultural, open, humanist, and globally competitive, which encompasses broad scientific disciplines. UNISKA also extends its commitment in the field of academic development, research, and service activities through a number of disciplines within its scope. It is our commitment to constantly developing a learning community that always moves forward to embrace all talented young people to produce excellent human resources for the better Indonesia. optimizing management service, and increasing cooperation with related institutions both domestically and internationally. Many graduates of Universitas Islam Kalimantan play a central role in both national and global development, a strong tradition to make contribution in society.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all our university profile, and thank you very much for watching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before starting our main agenda, now we are going to further session. So all respected keynote speakers and also participants, please activate your camera. We are going to take a photo session.
Okay, so now we are going to the documentation. Take a photo for, we have 5 stations. For the first section, please, yeah, make sure that your position is good and camera, please turn on.
Okay, all respected participants and keynote speakers and all of people on this room, please activate your camera. We are going to take a photo as our documentation on this event. Thank you.
Okay, for the first station, I will count 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. So now we are going to the second station, second slide. Okay, please turn on your camera, and I will count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to the third station. Okay, Mr. and Miss, please turn on your camera. Okay, I will count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. For the four stations. Okay. I will count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we are going to the last station. Count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir and madam, for activating your camera. And now we are going to start our main idea. But before starting, we have some roles to obey for the participants. Operator, could you please show on our screen the ground rule? Okay, for the participants, it is our ground rule. Okay, number 1, during the meeting, the microphone will be muted by the host. Please don't unmute. Number 2, the participants can ask questions during the meeting on the chat box. Number 3, selected questions will be read by the moderator, then will be answered by the speakers on question and answer session after the presentation session. Number 4, the link for the certificate will be sent at the last session. And the last one is certificate will be given to the participants who have filled up an e-certificate validation form at the end of this event. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to our main agenda. The International Conference on Social Science and Humanity, Economics and Politics with the theme Global Impact of COVID-19 Outbreak in Asia Pacific. On this event, there are 7 keynote speakers from 6 different countries who are going to deliver the presentation. They are 1. Dr. Ahmad Rosalani Yunus from Ilham Rosayu PLT, Malaysia. Number 2, Professor Alberto Gomez from LA Trobe University, Australia. Number 3, Dr. Macario Galleta from University of the East Philippines. Number 4, Professor Shimada Yuzuru from Nagoya University, Japan. Number 5, Dr. Muhammad Wahib Asad from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. Number 6, Dr. Yati Nur Hayati from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. And the last one is Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, beside the keynote speakers, we have also paper presenters who are going to present their paper after all keynote speakers already delivered their presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we invite the first keynote speaker to deliver the presentation, allow me to read his bibliography. Okay, operator, could you please show his bibliography on the screen so that the participant also can see his bibliography. Okay. Okay, as I said before, the presenter today is Dr. Ahmad Rosalan Yunus from Ilham Rosayu PLT, Malaysia. Dr. Ahmad Rosalan Yunus is Professor of Guidance and Counseling, Senior Fellow Institute Tan Perak, Malacca, Registered Counselor, Counseling Practitioner, Certified HRDF Trainer, Certified Organ Personality Practitioner, Certified OISS Career Job Interest Inventory Practitioner, Certified GMA Personality Practitioner, UTE Malaysia, Certified NLP Coach and LPM, Certified NLP Practitioner, Certified NLP Neurosemantic Practitioner, Certified NLP Lab Profile Practitioner, Success Strategies Canada, Assessor for Counseling Psychology Field, Malaysian Qualification Agency. Okay, and then for his academic qualification, PhD Guidance and Counseling, University Putra Malaysia, Master of Science, Guidance and Counseling from University Putra Malaysia, Bachelor of Education, Guidance and Counseling, University Putra Malaysia, Teacher Specialization Certificate, Guidance and Counseling, Maktab Perguruan Ibrahim Malaysia, and the last one, Teacher Certificate, Maktab Perguruan Sultan Idris Tanjung Malik, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, for economizing the time, let's invite him to deliver his presentation with the title Counseling Strategy and COVID-19 Coping and Healing to Dr. Okay, to Dr. Ahmad Rosalan Yunus. Floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Moderator Ratna. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and selamat siang semuanya. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, honorable rector, and all the dean, and also professors, teachers, and professors, docent, lecturers, and all the participants of first International Conference on Social Science and Humanity, Economy and Politics, UNISKA 2020. First of all, I'd like to extend my thank you for inviting me to this very useful session of sharing, and thank you also for inviting me, and we hope that we can share and have some discussions in our interest nowadays. Right. Let me organize my slide here. Okay. Okay. In the relations with of my field here, I think we cannot get away of dealing with the people around us in the era of this COVID-19. So let me share with you something in the counseling perspective for coping and healing and dealing and facing this pandemic. I will start with this overview. I will start with something that probably many of us here also understand how to deal with it, but communities outside there, especially people who are seek for guidance from teachers, from counselors, and also everybody. We as parents also we can have a guide. We can have a tools or a method of guiding people facing this crisis. So I'm going to see in the perspective of counseling strategies during this COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I always believe that we need to do our own self-assessment. We need to know our strength. We need to know our weaknesses and everything, because here we later on have to meet what is the environments we are in now. So first is self-assessment. I'm going to share here with two self-assessment because I'm dealing with management schools here. Before that, I would like to say that previously I was a professor in University Technical, but now I'm already retired. In Malaysia, we retire at 60, so it's compulsory retirement. Then I retired last May, so then I freelance here. I can speak to anything. So previously I was in the management school where dealing with how organization, how people, how workers, how so we go through with this. So I suggested these two techniques here, self-assessment, and then we see how we can adaptation technique of these two technique into the facing the crisis. I'm going to highlight the critical incidents here, focus and belief which affect emotions and adaptation of new normal, and the way forward of dealing it. I believe that we are here now is a people to guide everybody, to guide people around us. So besides we guide ourselves, we also guide people under our control. First of all, the rules is first assessment, okay, self-assessment with trait factors and adaptation. So these three, I will focus these three. How many minutes do I have, Mr. Burana?
20 minutes presentation, sir?
Yeah, all right, okay. I'll do it quickly.
Okay, sir.
All right. What is SWOT analysis? Many of us understand. I think I just want to see back and visit back these things, and we hope that we can benefit here. SWOT analysis is SWOT, which is already founded by Albert Humphrey way back into 1990s, 1920s, and this is a field of management. So it's very simple technique. It's very powerful. It's very practical. All right. So what is SWOT analysis for? If to us that we haven't came across with it, but I believe that everyone already know this. Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. So the strength is what we have, what we do well, what unique resources that we have, what do others see in our strength, right? That is the strength of ourselves. And the weaknesses is about something that lack of things, that what we lack of, something lack in, something that we are thinking about that. What do we need to do? So we have fewer resources. Do we have weaknesses, and we must also look into these weaknesses, because by these interactions we are capable of taking of deal with it. And opportunity is what trends could you take advantage of? Okay, in the pandemic era now, some opportunities are there. So how can we turn our strength into opportunities? So, and then the track is in what track could harm you? Anything that around you can harm you. And what is our competitors doing? And what is others doing? What is other people dealing with the environment nowadays? What threats do your weaknesses exposed to? Okay, this is all how we analyze it. And this is simple, where SWOT, S and W is internal matters and O and T is external. I want to quote one of incident of my students. One student came to me and told me that, "Sir, I want to go into an work job interview tomorrow. Can you guide me?" And what I told the guy, come and understand SWOT. And during the interview process, he just delivered himself using SWOT, and he managed to secure a job. Alhamdulillah. That is how knowledge we can adapt into our life. For the students around here, I think this is very good way of thinking. Even in my first job interview, the interviewer asked me these questions. Elaborate yourself by SWOT analysis. See, this is so simple technique, and why I share it here, because this is something also we can be used into this pandemic time. Okay, this strength is something to overcome the threat. That's why the interaction of strengths, whatever strength we have, we can deal with the threat around us, and opportunities given outside there, opportunities that we have outside there is something that we can seek for to overcome our weaknesses. This is how interactions of SWOT in way of in one perspective to look at it. During COVID, what is how SWOT analysis in COVID era, SWOT analysis? I'm focused into one example, one scope of entrepreneur. So skill, probably you have the products, you have skill, you have entrepreneur skill, produce marketing, you can produce videos, you have a skill of producing videos. If you, probably this is a strength. If you can dig yourself, is fine, whatever you can find from in your own strength. In pandemic area, of course, in the pandemic era, of course, we are entrepreneur, many people go buy things online. That is the best prospect of where we to make money. Yeah. And what is our weakness? So the strength we take, take care of the threat around us, get infected. So we know that we go out, that the threat in COVID times, we were exposed to being infected. So this strength easily can take care of or avoid us to get infected. Okay, so how this is one example. The opportunities is platform learning online, YouTube. A lot of things we can learn, especially on YouTube, especially from every social medias that we think people are sharing a lot of things now, how to sell. Even in Malaysia, one youth only at the age of 23, 24, 25, I believe in Indonesia, in our other place in the world. In Malaysia, one guy make money nearly $500,000 per month, $500,000 ringgit, is equivalent to 100 or 150,000 US dollar. every month just making a video, just making things online, just produce online product, just produce videos, his own videos, he making videos. All right, this is opportunity that we can learn from online, and then this we will take care our weaknesses. Okay. Number two, the another one is trait and factor. I will be very quick here because not much time here. Trait and factor is a theory of career and vocational, where first we understand ourselves, number one. Number two, understand environment. Number three, congruency, mesh ourselves with what around us now. Mesh, bring the strength towards dealing with the environment right now. So matching is very important here in trait and factor technique. This is founded by this guy, Frank and Factor himself, when he many years is career guidance technique to help people to seek for a better job, matching them their personality and character. What is understanding self? We can know, we must understand what is our orientation, communication orientation, VAK. Visual, are we visual people? Are we auditory people? Are we kinesthetic people? So this is why, and we also under personality, capability, skills, all those things. Okay, coping skill, and by understand self, we understand all those things. And then number two, understand environments. What is COVID times? Understand the COVID time needs, the new normal, the do and don'ts. There is number three. Then we mesh it, congruency ourselves with what we and what are available out there. This is the trait and factor. And how to adapt this? Okay, this adaptation technique, a very classic technique also in guidance and counseling, REBT, rational emotive behavior therapy, is very classic by Albert Ellis. They also call ABC technique. A is activating event, B is belief, C is consequences, D disputing. D is the healing process. D is the process of to correct the things. We do counseling is correcting something towards goodness. So disputing parts and then dispute the belief, and then go to new effects, and then have a new feelings. So let us go through one by one. Something that happened, let's say COVID now. We bring an example of COVID. Okay, we have a lot of things not in normal already. Before we used to go and chat with friends, go and meet friends everywhere, and then now we cannot do that already, because so with that event we have some feeling, belief of why we cannot do that. You see the old belief that we have, why we cannot do that now anymore. And then because of this belief, probably will make you frustrated, will make you bring into the negative emotions. And here where we come to dispute, to the correcting method, the correcting things, dispute the belief system. We tackle the belief system, we reverse the belief system. Probably in the best word of this COVID era, we cannot go out anymore, because by going out that we are going to expose to the virus. So this belief, we embed a new belief. We teach people in new belief. That's we call disbelief, disputing the belief. And of course, we have new effects of feelings. Okay, let us go very practical here, very realistic what is happening around us. Because when we understand REBT, REBT is teach irrational, teach to think more rationally. Yeah, and as a mean, should, must, and oughts to be blindly accepted. That we are so as a mean, which one is the should that we blindly accept? There are many things that should, must, around us in our life shouldn't be as blindly accepted. Sometimes we need to rethink back of this matter. So this is what REBT teach us. Okay, and though we are not a people, we need to avoid ourselves to become victim of our own irrational belief. Therapy, a process of re-educations. We re-educate by disputing the new belief is re-education, in fact. And the problem is not the event, not the COVID problem. COVID is not the problem. The problem is our belief. And we need to re-educate our belief. That is how counselors, teachers, parents need to teach people around us. So let us go more specific here. I'm giving you example of Malaysians. All right. This is the things. Okay. Disputing part. We are being teach, but in the disputing part, we've been told to have 3C, to avoid crowded places, to avoid confined spaces, to avoid close conversations. So this is disputing. This is we teach, we re-educate people. Practice 3W, all right? And in Malaysia, for example, we communicate well. The government very well communicate to everyone. We have all this. So I've given you down there the zone of times where we have PKP. PKP is Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan, where there is lockdown. People cannot go out. Only one person can go out. And then we are next level. Okay, I believe that everywhere in the world also we have that. So we have that process. And very important in the process of disputing here by REBT, every day in Malaysia, our Director General of Ministry of Health, every day now in the earlier stage of COVID-19, every day he have a press conference telling what is our conditions, telling and also the Senior Minister of Security for security also have PC every day. Telling the new SOPs, teach people the new SOPs. This is, I consider that in the REBT technique is disputing. So when we are teaching people to give to re-educate people is to change, to see something that imposed to a new way of relate to the time at that moment. Okay, so nowadays everywhere in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in anywhere, in any place, everywhere elsewhere in all the world, people already try to accept the new norm. People have already automatic put into their way of life any or the new normal. So all people will be quite happy now. The index of happiness is coming up because we already adapt. This is how where I see it, disputing part, teaching part, re-educating part, giving information is very important. So, so what is the way forward? So we practice new normal. Government organization support, get all involved, get all informed. Work from home. This is one way of doing it. Okay, we capable. We are doing good in work from home. And flexibility work force 20%, 50% rotation of people coming, going to the office. And of course, the very basic first is to self-assess. See what is your potentials and all those things. Adequate information, quality and quantity is what example as Malaysian government did, where PC the press conference every day to tell every people this is quality and quantity. Many people said about this is something more human here. Many people say about the wonders of the world, but one girl came out with very near to everyone. What is the 7 wonders of the world? These are the 7 wonders, and this my sharing here to make everyone, to make myself understand that everything, all goodness is within us. All goodness is we are having all of those things. So touch, with love, to taste, to see, to hear, to feel, to love, and to love. So that's all. Thank you very much. I hope that it will benefit everyone. Thank you again. So I invite any question. Is anybody want to ask question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for a very wonderful presentation today, sir. Yeah, actually, we have question and answer session, sir. After all presented have already presented their material, we are going to open Q and answer session. Okay, yes, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful explanation from sir, Dr. Ahmad Rasalan Yunus, we can take some information, some useful information about SWOT and then REBT. And just now, actually, he mentioned one sentence that actually COVID-19 is not a problem, but the problem is coming from our belief. Okay, very nice statement, sir. I do believe that any participant will ask you some question related to your presentation. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our second presenter today. The second presenter is Professor Alberto Gomez from LH University, Australia. Okay, operator, could you please show his bibliography for the second presenter? Okay, the second presenter is Professor Alberto Gomez from LH University, Australia. Okay, yes. Yes, his name is Professor Alberto Gomez from LH University, Australia. And then his academic qualification, BA, holds in Anthropology and Sociology, University of Malaysia, 1977, MA in Anthropology and Psychology, University of Malaya, 1979, PhD in Anthropology, the Australian National University, 1987. Next. Okay, yes, and then today he's going to deliver his presentation with the title Lights at the End of the Pandemic Tunnel. Well, for economizing the time, let's invite him to start his presentation. Time is yours, sir.
Okay, selamat pagi, everybody, and thank you very much, Bu Ratna, and also, to all the honorary guests, the director, the vice rector, and fellow keynote speakers, as well as all the participants. And once again, I want to thank the organizers to invite me, this very gracious invitation to speak at this conference. Now, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Just give me a second if I can get it up on the screen.
Okay.
And,
okay, sir, we can see your screen clearly.
okay, good. So I've come up with the title, Lights at the End of the Pandemic Tunnel. And as the title will suggest to you, is that what I'm seeking is how can we look at possibilities, the opportunities that the previous speaker has in fact talked about. How can we in fact look at the opportunities that present itself from this pandemic? So that's the lights that are at the end of this terrible situation that we are experiencing at the moment. Now, a lot of my work has focused on indigenous peoples right around the world. And this is one of the statements that I find it's quite poignant. It's a statement by an elder of the Shuar tribe who in 1991, and he states that your people dreamed of huge factories, tall buildings, as many cars as there are raindrops in this river. Now you begin to see that your dream is a nightmare. And the question was asked, how might we make things better? And he says, that's simple. All you have to do is change the dream. You need only to plant a different seed, teach your children to dream new dreams. So our current nightmare is the COVID pandemic. I mean, I don't need to say any more about this. But the nightmare that is in fact, that has been affecting us for quite a while, I mean, affecting the whole of humanity, is the ecological calamity, and especially climate change, which I would consider to be the greatest existentialist threat to humanity. Humans are not going to be able to survive climate change if we don't do something about it. So while we are at the moment grappling with this problem of the pandemic, I think it's also important for us not to forget this other existentialist threat, which is climate change. And for this reason, what I'm going to do in my talk, and time is a constraining factor, I'm just going to touch on very briefly some of the key issues that I want to present and for you to reflect and think about. First of all, we begin by looking at the structure of the system that is the global system that we are living in at the moment, which in fact has found its expression in a whole range of different societies and nations right around the world. And this is neoliberal oligarchic capitalism. From the 1970s onwards, we have this structure system that has dominated global affairs right around the world. The way I see this is that it has brought about some behavioral and cultural changes, competitiveness, greed, the kind of intent, the sort of very intense way of how people right around the world are just not satisfied with what they have. They want to keep on accumulating. There is also a very strong sense of individuality. And if you look at the world today, it's what I would describe as the era of the selfie. The people taking selfies and just focusing on themselves and whoever that's behind them. We also have this increasing fear that's often fueled by various leaders that have used fear as a technique to enhance their own political domination in different parts of the world. So we have the rise of people like Donald Trump, and in different other parts of the world, we have politicians that have used this technique in order to maintain their hold on power. Then we also have a rise of anxiety, and these anxieties are often expressed in the various ways of how people have protested against what they are experiencing at the moment, and also the fact that various parts of the world, people have turned to right-wing politicians seeking a sort of a pathway out of this problem that they face at the moment. And the thing that troubles me a great deal is the level of hatred. So we find right around the world, people are divided. They feel they have this strong sense of hatred for one another. So hate, anxiety, fear, and one of the related condition is to do with alienation. Right around the world, especially the youth, seem to be more alienated from their cultures and from the systems. The socioeconomic conditions, poverty has always been a condition that has affected humanity, and whatever the unilateral agencies, the governments, and through the policies, it hasn't really solved this problem of poverty. The gap between the rich and the poor, the ones who have the have and the have-nots, seems to be increasing. There is increasing racism in the country. Patriarchy is still a scourge in society where women are treated unequally in so many different societies and cultures. We have a rise of injustice, insecurity, and the world is getting more segregated. The division, especially in places like the United States, the division between blacks and whites, and the segregation of various populations and the divisions that we have in different nations. If we take, for example, India. Now, the way I see this is this has in fact cause, and I would also like to point out that cause and effect are not kind of dualisms. They're not dichotomies, but they are interrelated. So the cause of one thing is also the effect of the other, and the effect then leads to the cause. So the conditions that I just talked about is in fact brings about what I consider to be the 10 Ds. And I won't go into the details of this, but I will be most happy to elaborate on them if there are questions about it. And this is what I call the direct and structural violence in the world that we have. Dispossession, displacement, degradation, not only of lives and livelihoods, but of the environments and ecology. We have destruction, we have discrimination, increasing racism, as I mentioned, and bigotry. We have deprivation, groups of people who are deprived of various sorts of things that we take for granted. And today, of course, we talk about disease. And if we look at the COVID pandemic, it is very much connected to the kinds of changes that have taken place in the world today and the discontentment and dejection. So when we look at, the human impact on the natural environment, we find that these are the key kinds of environmental changes and ecosystem disruption. Climate change, ozone depletion, deforestation, biodiversity loss, land degradation and desertification, loss and degradation of wetlands and freshwater depletion and contamination, damage to coastal reef ecosystems. I don't need to go into the details of this. This is all very well known sort of ecosystem disruptions. And the effects, once again, I want to stress that when I speak about cause and effects, they are interrelated. So there are the direct floods, landslides, forest fires, water shortage, ultraviolet radiation, pollutant contamination, and these are in fact direct effects that have intensified in so many different parts of the world. Just look at the US at the moment with the forest fires. Health, the infectious diseases. Today we had the COVID pandemic, but as scientists have pointed out that there are much larger threats just around the corner. And so these are related to the kinds of, say, biodiversity, deforestation, the land degradation. And we also have poor nutrition, psychological disorders, and the long-term health problems, the population displacement of people having to lose, their land and having to migrate to other places as a result of climate change, loss of livelihood, conflict, and social turmoil. Now, with all this, you might think, oh gosh, this is a terrible world that we are living in, and what's the point of all this? And here, I would say that some of the academics, philosophers that I turn to for inspiration. So Karl Marx has said that philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways, and the point, however, is to change it. So I opted for early retirement from my professorial position in order to do something about the world that we live in, because I spent a lot of my time, the last 40 years or so in academia, philosophizing about the world. And now I made a conscious attempt to try to change it. The world as we have created is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. And that's what Albert Einstein said. So here it is really important for us to change the way we think. The anthropologist David Graeber, who was the one who inspired the Occupy movement, who sadly, sadly passed away just about a couple of weeks ago. And David Graeber said that the ultimate hidden truth of the world is that it is something that we make and could just as easily make differently. So this is where I believe very strongly that we should try to look at the opportunity that this pandemic has presented to us and to try to make the world differently. And if you think that as one person or a small community that you can't actually do much, as the anthropologist Margaret Mead has said quite some time ago, Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So we have to hold on to hope, because to be radical is to make hope possible. So I don't have much time to go into the details of this, but from the diagnosis to the panacea, from the problems that we have to looking for the solutions. And I've listed a number of what I consider to be paradigm shifts. The first is to shift from anthropocentric to ecocentric, because far too much of our time in humanity, we tend to think of humans ourselves, not looking at the place that humans are. And most indigenous peoples will tell you that humans are part of nature. So we need to take an ecocentric perspective, community-centered rather than egocentric, move away from that kind of European tendency of modernity to think about the individual, but to focus more on the community. Ecology over economy, rather than this kind of focus on the planet. Sorry, focus on profits. We need to put planet before profits. Needs over wants, and this is one that's quite contentious. I'm very critical of sustainable development, especially the SDGs, and what I have been promoting, and you can read more about this if you look at my webpage through the Deep Network. We want to promote what we call ecological regeneration. Sustainable development is an oxymoron. We cannot sustain the kind of development that we have at the moment that focuses on economic growth. Sustainable development is chameleon-like. It means different things to different people. We really do not know what it actually means, and different people, different authorities will give you a definition of it that suits their own purposes. It is anthropocentric, and the most I would consider to be pernicious aspect of sustainable development. It's an ideological smokescreen to ensure that the West continues to dominate the rest of the world. So it's a hegemonic discourses that tends to also operate to silence, to mute all other possibilities. And so we need to seek other possibilities. And in the 1 minute that I have, this is what I promote, that we have to have change. The social change has to have these 4 different aspects. Ecological regeneration, one that embraces bioethics, respect for all life and the rights of non-human nature. And regeneration here means that we adopt, we imitate nature itself in the way nature, for example, when you clear a forest, the forest will naturally regenerate. Indigenous peoples, like the people that I have had the honor and privilege of living with, the Orang Asli in Malaysia, they have taught me the value of regeneration, mimicking nature itself. We have to focus on social justice and equity, inclusiveness, diversity and pluralism, and deliberative democracy, not the kind of democracy that many countries seem to promote these days or advocate, because we need a kind of democracy where every person who is a citizen of the country has the propensity and the possibility to determine the vision of the country itself. Solidarity economics, the focus is on simplicity, sufficiency, rather than the kind of economic models that we have at the moment. We have to focus on cooperation rather than competition, and generosity, which is an important thing that would in fact be able to resolve the problem that we have in the world today, which is greed and sharing and mutual aid. And we also need to rebuild our communities, and these community regeneration processes would mean that we focus on human well-being. And as Dr. Ahmad, who just spoke about this very, in a very clear and important way, that we always have to look at this well-being, not just in terms of the psychological aspects, but I would also like to add to it by saying that empathy is really important. Humans are hardwired for empathy. we are, in fact, we have an innate capacity to feel the pain and the elation of other people. We are, in fact, genetically programmed in such a way that we would always like to see the world through the eyes of someone else, or to walk in the shoes of another person. But however, such kind of, I would say, genetic kind of neural, sort of, yeah, the kind of neurons, I should say, the mirror neurons in our brains have been blocked through a kind of a social, cultural system. And we need to change that in order to ensure that people are, as they are, naturally empathic, they're able to express that. We also need to be focused on holistic, not just take one aspect of cultures, but also look at all the different aspects of a culture. And that will help us to attain happiness. And if you think that this is just vision, this is just utopian, or this is idealistic, right around the world, indigenous peoples actually have lived this way and continue to live. Among the indigenous peoples in South America, for example, they have, they embrace peace ecology, indigenous peace ecology, that in Spanish is referred to as buen vivir, which means the good life. And here, what is important is living in harmony with nature, ecocentric living, and all the different features that I talked about previously. So thank you very much for listening to me, and once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the great presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the word as we have created, it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. Albert Einstein, and I do believe that all of us strongly agree on it. Okay, thank you very much, sir. And then now let's move to the third presenter today. The third presenter today is Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, wait for the while. So I tried to read your bibliography. Hopefully I can read. Okay. As I stated before, that his name is Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek from Kastamonu University, Turkey. And then for the academic, Kastamonu University, 2015, University Telaras Kurul, 2015, Kastamonu University, 2012 to 2015, Arab University DSU, 2011 to 2012, Beckett University 2010 to 2011, Beckett University of Cretim 2008 2010, and then okay, for the next Sadita 2020, Bangkalan Isle Conventional Bangkalan, yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for academics at that time, let's invite Professor Dr. Serkan Dilek to start his presentation. Floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much.
We thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of the participants and also organizers of this Congress. My speech is about the economic impact of COVID-19 on economies. The economic crisis unleashed by the outbreak of COVID-19 is hurting economies regardless of income level. It is indicated that, can I share my...
Okay. Okay, sir, we can see your screen clearly.
It is indicated that both lower and upper middle income countries have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. According to International Monetary Fund Economic Outlook 2020, economic growth of some countries should be like this. For example, Germany minus 7.8%, or France minus 12.5%, Euro area minus 10.2%. Japan minus 5.8%, China, be careful, it is plus 1%. The only country above zero is China. And also the whole world is expected to have minus 4.9%. This means that there is a shrinkage in world economies. OECD estimations are very similar to IMF, as you can see.
Excuse me, sir. We couldn't see your presentation clearly.
Do you hear me?
Yes. If you did help, we can help you to show you screen from our computer. We couldn't focus on your presentation, sir. Yeah,
can't you see my presentation?
Now, yes, but sometimes it changed.
Changed.
Like, yeah. Yeah, so we couldn't focus to see your presentation, sir. Okay. And then if you feel hard to send from your computer, you just send it to our committee, and then we will help you to show on our computer.
Now,
okay.
Just a minute.
Okay, and now it's good.
Okay, it's good, I think.
Okay.
Now, I think it can be shown, it can be seen now.
Yes.
OECD estimations are in the table, as you can see. China plus 1.8%, Korea minus 1%, Turkey minus 2.9%, Indonesia minus 3.3%. USA minus 3.8%, Australia minus 4.1%. World average is minus 4.5%, and it was in International Monetary Fund, according to, it was minus 4.9%. But also we go on by Germany. Germany is minus 5.4%. Canada minus 5.8%. Japan minus 5.8%. Brazil minus 6.5%, and Euro area minus 7.9%. As you can see, all of the estimations are about shrinkage and minus %. After collapsing in the first half of the year, economic output recovered swiftly following the easing of measures to contain COVID-19 pandemic and the initial reopening of businesses. Policymakers reacted rapidly and massively to buffer initial blow to incomes and jobs. But the pace of recovery has lost momentum over the summer. Restoring confidence will be crucial how successfully economies can recover. And for this, we need to learn to safely live with the virus. As you can see, economic losses are not correlated to health impacts. Data show that the spread of the pandemic in terms of case numbers and deaths is quite asymmetric across countries. Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, one of the poorest regions in the world, does not seem to have been severely impacted by COVID-19. And academic research found that the direct costs of COVID-19 pandemic associated with illness and mortality are lower than the indirect losses caused by the crisis. A raw impact of COVID-19 in terms of case numbers and deaths does not necessarily translate into raw economic impact. Many countries are experiencing a recession, even though COVID-19 has not had a serious effect on them in terms of health. Even minor public health events can severely affect firms in lower income countries due to their poor socio-economic conditions and their weak capacity to respond to crises. Moreover, in a globalized world, many countries are suffering indirect consequences from value chain disruptions and lower international demand for goods due to widespread recession. And a comparison of index of industrial production data for March 2020 and December 2019 shows that approximately 81% of countries have been experienced a decrease in industrial production of 6% on average. A comparison for data for April 2020 and December 2019 reveals that industrial production fell by 20% on average in 93% of countries. A decrease in the index of industrial production does not necessarily translate into high impact in terms of health. Countries with a similar number of COVID-19 related deaths may experience different levels of economic growth depending on the severity of containment measures implemented or their indirect effects. The distribution of decreases in industrial production is heterogeneous across countries and varies from positive values to losses more than 50%. India's index of industrial production fell by 65%, reflecting the drastic cut in exports already flagged. An interesting feature emerges when countries are categorized based on the decrease in their industrial production by comparing data from April 2020 and March 2019. About 50% of countries suffered from a decrease in industrial production of over 20%. The group of countries whose index of industrial production fell by 20% and 30% represents the median of sample. The group with decrease in index of industrial production of between 10% and 20% includes the highest number of countries. And, industrial production across the globe deteriorated further in April 2020 compared to March 2020. It continued declining in 19% of countries included in our sample with an average drop of 15% with 1 month. Monthly reductions were further observed in India, North Macedonia, Malaysia, Slovakia, and some other countries. All manufacturing industries were affected by the crisis over period March 2019 and April 2020. However, some industries affected positively, while some industries affected negatively. For example, pharma, information technology, computer, electronic trade, internet technologies, software industries are affected positively, while restaurants, traditional services, motor vehicles, and tourism, textile, fabricated metal products, electrical equipment, paper, wood, leather, etc. Are affected negatively. We can say that some industries are winners and some are losers. Also, in this period, we observed that international trade decreased. Over the period March and April 2020, trade trends closely followed those for industrial production. 43 out of 46 countries experienced lower level of trade in goods. South Africa, India, Mexico, France, Italy, and some other countries that suffered the highest reductions in trade volume over the period. Of course, China and some other number of countries recorded an increase in trade. The economic impact of COVID-19 on the industrial sector ultimately depends on how the continued containment measures and related restrictions affect manufacturing firms. The extent of firms' productive capacities, their degree of integration in domestic and global production networks, and the type of market they serve are important factors determining the extent of the crisis impact on firms. Accordingly, some firms are better suited to quickly respond and adapt their operations, thus reducing the shock's overall impact on their profits, cash flow, and staff. Of course, COVID-19 crisis have an impact on labor markets and unemployment rates. The global COVID-19 pandemic has led to widespread physical distancing to contain the spread of virus. Many businesses scaled back and ceased operations in the regular workplace because of government-mandated closures and stay-at-home orders, concerns for the health of their employees, or a lack of customers. Some workers were able to transition to remote work relatively easily. In many jobs, however, performing regular work activities from home is impossible, forcing many workers to become inactive or look for a new job. Quantifying both the potential and affected home-based work behavior of workers is important for evaluating the costs and benefits of virus containment policies and for formulating optimal reopening strategies. Forward-looking governments and organizations should begin thinking about how to deal with the intermediate and long-term consequences of economic crisis created by COVID-19, especially in the area of unemployment. Creating meaningful interventions to assist the newly unemployed will be difficult because of unprecedented number of individuals and families that are affected and because of diverse contexts and personal factors that characterize this new population. Because of this diversity of context and personal factors, different interventions will be required for different patterns of individual contextual characteristics. And unemployment rate, when we look at unemployment rate, for example, in United States, August 2019, it was only 3.7. However, it becomes in June 2020, 11.1, in July 10.2, and in August 7.4. The COVID-19 pandemic has direct negative effects on the economy in several different ways. To name a few, infected workers who are isolated or hospitalized cannot join the workforce. As it can be seen, unemployment rates increased rapidly after February 2020, and it started to fall after June 2020. This is true for approximately for all countries. The COVID-19 coronavirus is spreading throughout the globe. Besides its impact on public health, this coronavirus outbreak is likely to have significant economic consequences. The consensus that the virus will cause negative supply shock to world economy while forcing factories to shut down or disrupting global supply chains. But how deep and persistent is this supply disruption going to be? Will aggregate demand be affected, and what is the appropriate monetary policy response? And what about the fiscal policy? These questions are currently at the center of heated debate. Tackling these questions requires taking into account a range of scenarios. In this short note, we considered the possibility that supply disruption caused by COVID-19 will be severe and persistent, potentially lasting beyond the end of epidemic. To be clear, I have no reasons to believe that this scenario is more plausible than others. It might be very well be, in fact, that the virus will end up causing a relatively mild and short-lived global recession followed by V-shaped recovery. Given the huge uncertainty according to surrounding the future evolution of epidemic. However, it is useful to work out macroeconomic implications of more pessimistic scenarios. To do so, I employ a very simple analytic framework, and there are, I highlight three results. First, the spread of the virus might depress global demand. Second, a supply-demand doom loop might take place, amplifying the supply disruption caused by the virus. Third, this epidemic might make the global economy vulnerable to stagnation drops. That is episodes of global raw growth and high employment driven by pessimistic animal spirits. While monetary easing can help
Excuse me, sir,
mitigate...
3 minutes left.
Thank you very much. It is, in short, we can say that there are many impacts, significant impacts on economies, especially economic growth and unemployment rates. And governments want to answer, want to be active in this period by fiscal policies and monetary policies. Of course, I want to thank for all of the university members, organizers. Of course, if you have any questions, I can answer it. I finished.
Okay, sir. I thank you very much for the nice presentation, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from his explanation, we can say that COVID-19 brings some countries into the economic crisis. But there are two sides for everything. Yeah, even though we are in COVID-19, but you know, there's still any winners on this pandemic. The winners here is all business related to the information technology, electronic trade is like e-commerce and so forth, while for the loser on this pandemic are restaurant, tourism, taxi, and so forth. Okay, thank you, sir. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the next presenter. Okay, the next presenter is Professor Shimada Yuzuru from Nagoya University, Japan. Okay.
Thank you. Please let me allow the share.
Yes, Prof, may I? Yeah, okay. May
I can do it by myself. I hope. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Before starting your presentation, may I
okay.
read you first?
I see. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Operator, could you please show? Okay. Yes, as I stated before that his name is Professor Shimada Yuzuru from Nagoya University, Japan, and then for his education, a Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University, Japan, 2002, and PhD in International Development Studies, 1995 on March, Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University, Japan, Master of Art, and then 1993 on March of Faculty of Law, Kanazawa University, Japan, BA and Law. Okay, and today he is going to deliver his presentation with the title Law, Politics, and Society of COVID-19 in Japan. Okay, for economizing the time, now it's your turn, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay, sir. If it is helpful,
I will share my. No, I can do it. Oke, terima kasih banyak mengundang saya kepada konferensi yang sangat penting, menarik. Sayangnya saya tidak bisa pergi ke Banjarmasin, saya belum pernah ke Pulau Kalimantan. Mudah-mudahan tahun depan kalau keadaannya jadi normal, semoga saya bisa pergi ke Banjarmasin dan ya makan di warung di situ. Oke, because actually I can speak Bahasa quite well, I think, but because this is an international conference and I already prepared my material in English, so please let me use Bahasa English for my presentation.
You may combine, sir, between Indonesia and English.
Yeah, but it's a bit difficult to translate the English to the Indonesia. So, okay, and can you hear my voice clearly?
True.
Okay. So, today I will discuss about the law, politics, and society of COVID-19 in Japan. This is the current situation of COVID-19 in Japan. So as you see that the we in the early February that we found the first case of the COVID-19 in Japan, and the first wave of the infection that we experienced the first wave of infection in around April, and after that, as other countries that how to say that we considered we could overcome the first wave, but since July, we experienced the second wave of the infection. So, and this bar represents the number of new cases of the COVID-19 detected by the PCR and other tests. So, and this line represents the number of the serious cases that patients have to use a mechanical ventilator. So, and as you see, that even though the number of the new cases increasing significantly, but the number of the serious cases is not so different with during the first wave. So maybe we can say that this the increasing number of the new cases due to the increasing of the number of the tests. But anyway, we cannot cannot be so optimistic about the future because the decreasing pace of the decreasing of the number of the patient is now slowing down. So maybe we cannot expect we cannot predict that what's happened in the fall, autumn, and the winter of this year. Okay. So, first, I explain about the legal measures on COVID-19 in Japan. So that the main legal products which address to the COVID-19 is the Act on Special Measures Against the Novel Influenza. So, and this law enacted in 2012. So, in order to address to the new pandemic influenza in China, and I think that's I forget SARS. It's in Hong Kong. Oh. Okay. So, and the government revised this law in the March of this year to cover the COVID-19. And I will explain the detail of this important point of this law, but in very simply say that this law is, or the measures taken by this law is based on the non-forced measures. It's very different from the other countries such as Europe or Philippines, so that they apply the very forcing, the strong measures for lockdown the town, city. But in Japan, maybe as in case of Indonesia, so that the Japanese government applies the voluntary, voluntary non-forced measures to control the people's activity.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yeah?
Could you please maximize your PowerPoint? In size, I meant. Yeah, your PowerPoint. Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
Okay.
Because already or yes. I already sent the PDF of my presentation, so the operator can.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So that tentatively I stop.
Okay.
My...
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, next. Next.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Yeah, next. Okay, so this is so.
Yeah.
And on the initial stage, that there is a choices or the options to apply the stricter measures by other laws, but it's not those were not applied. For example, that according to the Immigration Act, the government can apply the rejection of the entry to to stop the entrance of the patient. And also, according to the quarantine law, the government can apply that mandatory testing and forced isolation. And also the Infectious Disease Control Act allows the government to issue the order of the hospitalization. But the government, Japanese government, didn't apply those very stronger measures. Maybe the reason is the political and social considerations, and maybe, of course, the economic considerations. First, so in March, Japan has a schedule to accept the visit of the President of China, Xi Jinping. So it is a very important diplomatic event. So if the government applies that, embargo, that restriction of the entrance, so maybe Japanese government afraid that this damage to the Japanese diplomacy. And also that we actually already postponed, but we have a schedule to have the Tokyo Olympics Games. It's maybe the biggest international event ever Japan had last 10 years. So, and in July and August, and also that the government afraid that social unrest caused by the stricter measures. So those reasons the government hesitate to take stricter measures in the initial stage of the pandemic. Next, please. No, next, not next.
Is that, sir?
Back to back to
back.
Is it?
Back.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So,
yeah.
And there's a political situation, that's a very complex political situation behind the COVID-19 as well. So, as you know, that recently the former Prime Minister of Shinzo Abe resigned from his prime ministership, and now we have the new Prime Minister Suga. So, but the Abe Shinzo's administration in Japan is quite long. That his term is the longest ever in the Japanese democratic governance history. So, but how to say, the last period of his term is suffers the political scandals and corruption cases. For example, that there is some very serious political scandals that alleged involvement of the prime minister's wife in the disposal of state-owned land to private foundation with unduly low price. And also the alleged nepotism in permission for the new veterinary medical college with a personal relationship with the prime minister. And also the opaque accounting process in government events. So due to these political scandals, so government suffers very strong criticism in the parliament. And also that there is some corruption cases which involving the ruling party's member. For example, the bribery by the former justice minister in the election campaign, and also the bribery for the ruling party's parliament in inviting the casino project. So he accepts the bribery from the Chinese company. So that's why that when the government should address the COVID-19 pandemic, the ruling party did not convene. They rejected to convene the Diet Parliament to avoid the criticism for scandals. They are afraid that if they convene the parliament, so maybe that they have to respond to the those scandals and how to say the support from the they cannot get the good support from the society. As a result, that for the addressing the COVID-19, the government applied a more closed, less transparent decision-making process. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yes. Okay. This is the Okay, this slide explains the preventive measures of COVID-19 infection based on the act on the special measures. So as I say, that this law applies at a very less stricter or voluntary based measure. At first, Article 5 of this law provides the principle of the human rights and the restrictive principle. Article 5 says that because the freedom and the rights of citizens should be respected, even if the freedom and rights of citizens are restricted when taking measures against new influenza, including the COVID-19, such restriction shall be the minimum necessary to implement the measures. So that the government strictly, or government have to strictly follow the proportionality principle. The government cannot take the, how to say, overly strong, strict measures. And also that this law provides some measures which can be taken by the government to prevent the infection. But this is also that those prevention measures is very, very less restrictive. For example, governor of each province can request the residents to cooperate in staying home. So they cannot use forceful measures to, how to say, to keep people at the home. So that even though the people go out to their from their house during the emergency periods, there no problem, it's free. But the government only can request, and also that the government can request the persons managing the place where many people shall use to restrict using or close the place or not hold the event. Also, that this provision says that the government only can request the managers, such as the managers of such as the entertainment place or the recreation place, to close their place or restricting the number of the users, visitors, but only request base. Only if in case the person that above mentioned does not follow the request without a legitimate reason, the governor shall instruct the person to take necessary measures. According to Japanese law, that instruction has a legal binding effect. But violation against the instruction results only the administrative sanction, not the criminal sanction. And the administrative sanction is at best that the publication of the name of the company like that. So it's very light sanction. Okay, next slide, please. So the preventive measures of the COVID-19 infection, that's continues. The legal consequence of the request. Okay, article according to the Japanese, Article 929 of 3. This is the Constitution of Japan. So according to the Article 29 of Section 3 of the Constitution of Japan provides that private property may be taken for the public use upon just compensation, therefore. But that the request based on the act on the special measures is not a compulsory measures and depends on the voluntary observance. That's why that the compensation which are provided by Constitution is not necessary in this case. So even though that the government restrict or prohibit the business of the entertainment place or the recreation place, that the government doesn't have to pay the compensation for them. The government offers a subsidy for continuing business for companies accepting the request. That the subsidy for continuing business is far smaller than the compensation. And at the same time, that it is quite unique in Japan. That maybe in other countries, that society doesn't welcome the emergency. But in Japan, there is a strong demand for the declaration of emergency from the society. Actually, in the early phase, the government was reluctant to declare the emergency as a reason, as I already mentioned, for example, that the diplomatic reason and Tokyo Olympic reason. So, but pushed by the social opinion, so finally, the government declared the emergency on the 7th April. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so why the Japanese society, how to say, demands the government to declare the emergency? So maybe this is a very unique characteristic of the Japanese society. So many observer of the Japanese society, maybe including Professor Gomez, know that there is a strong synchronizing pressure in Japanese society. There is at first there is a social concern for the infection. So people wanted the reason to restrict the social and the business activities, but in order to, how to say, force other persons to refrain the activity, Japanese people needs order from the above. So that's why that Japanese society, including the mass media and the political groups, that criticized the government that was hesitating the emergency declaration. But once the government declared the emergency, so they got a legitimacy to, how to say that, to force the others follow the social restriction. So, and we can found many occurrences of the social sanction against the violation of the voluntary lockdown. So even though that the lockdown, there are no forceful lockdown in Japan, according to the law, but the society it's strongly forced others to follow the voluntary lockdown. So, and sometimes we call them that the self-appointed pandemic police. It's not the, of course, the formal police, but many people operate like as a police to check their store, restaurant, or other places, business places, which don't follow the how to say, stay home rules. And also that some universities are forced to apologize when their students are infected because of the social gathering. Of course, the university cannot control all the life of their student, but many people consider that the university should have the moral responsibility or obligation to control their students so that they don't go to the place that which there is a high risk of the infection. And this experience makes the universities, including my universities, be reluctant to reopen campuses. So now that most of the high school, junior high school, and elementary school already, how to say, learning normally, but only university still keeping their campus closed, and most of our lectures in online. Okay, next slide, please. And last, this is the last slide, and I explain the politics of the COVID-19. So maybe characteristic of the politics of the COVID-19 is a close decision making. First, the first case is the expert committee. It's established in the 14th February. So, and in this case, raise the question on the political responsibility of the expert. Government established the expert committee to get how to say, expert academic scientific knowledge about the COVID-19. But And this expert committee is composed of the medical experts of the infectious diseases. So the membership is only the medical experts. There are no economists, no sociologists, no lawyer, or no economists, so like that. So, but the government consulted this expert committee regarding the social economic measures, for example, that how long the government should have the restriction on the business activities, etc. So that's why that even though that those experts don't know about the economics or social impact of the policy, but they are forced to answer to the government's question. So, but sometimes from the view of the medical expert, that their proposal is very strict for Japanese society, and it's how to say overly affect how to say the impact to the economics. So that's why there is an increasing criticism against the expert committee and also the government. So, and on 3rd July, the government suddenly disbanded the committee without a prior notice, even for its chair, which is quite interesting. When the chair of the expert committee had a press conference, that he got an email from the government. It's noted, tells them that this committee is disbanded, so that he confused while he answering to the question from the journalists. Okay, so that all the how to say how many minutes I have?
2 minutes left, sir.
2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's enough. I hope it's enough. So. So that the government established the expert committee and disbanded the expert committee without no open discussion. And the school closure also is the same. That the government announced to close the school from the 28th March. But this measure how to say, resulted in the severe social impact without the preparation. So Prime Minister suddenly announced the request for the school closure on 26 March. But even the education minister didn't know that request in advance, that the Prime Minister decided this closure only by himself with a very, how to say, very small number of the bureaucrats. And that's why the economic subsidy. So this is a political deal of the welfare policy. At first, the government announced to provide the support of the 300,000 yen to the needy families, the poor or the suffered needy families. But the government suddenly changed the policy to a grant of the 100,000 yen to all residents, including the foreigners who live in Japan. So maybe this change is a result of the deal and the internal negotiation to secure the political interests among the coalition. So this is a characteristic. So Japanese measures against the COVID-19 is characterized by the voluntary but the socially forcing restriction and the less transparent decision-making process. Thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation today, and thank you very much for sharing your the information related to the political situation behind COVID-19 in your country, and also preventive measure of COVID-19 infection, the act on special measure. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, yes, well, all my lovely participants, if you have a question, you might type on the chat box related to his presentation, and also the presentation from the first speaker, second speaker, the third, and the fourth speaker. Now, let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Macario Galleta from University of the East Philippines. Today, he is going to deliver his presentation with the title, Impact of COVID-19 Outbreak on Disruptive Education and Online Learning in Higher Education in the Philippines. Before we invite him to start his presentation, allow me to read his bibliography. Dr. Makario Gayete is a professor, researcher, and international journal reviewer in education, management, business, and tourism. He's a full-time professor at the University of the East Calacan, Metro Manila, Philippines, under the College of Art and Sciences, Department of Communication, and graduate school professor teaching master's degree in education, master in business administration, and PhD educational management. He was appointed scientific board of editor, International Teachers Conference, Northern Republic of Turkey, 2015 till now, International Board of Advisory in the 28th World Conference of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, Jakarta, Indonesia, 2020. International Reviewer, Sensei Journal of Management, Bahawalpur, Pakistan, 2020. International Reviewer, Journal of Business and Tourism, Abdul Wali Khan University, Madan, Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Reviewer, Kashmir Journal of Education, Mohiuddin Islamic University, Narayan Sharif District, Kashmir, Pakistan. International Reviewer, International Journal of Historical Studies, Bahuddin Zakaria University, Pakistan, 2020. And then expert Kalinangan Research Journal, University of Batangas in the Philippines, 2017. Expert Kalinangan Research Journal, expert speaker on the topic Philippines higher education challenges, opportunities and threats in the time of coronavirus disease COVID-19 pandemic held last May 16 to 17, 2020. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for economizing the time, let's invite Dr. Makario to start his presentation. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasant morning from the Philippines. I'm sorry for, for some circumstances because there is a nationwide technical problem when it comes to internet connectivity right now until September 30th. So I just made, a very, I borrowed a modem from a friend so that I could have this presentation.
No problem,
So
sir.
I was very thankful to Dr. Muhammad Ohaib Asad from the University, from Islamia University of Kalimantan in Banjarmasin, Indonesia. And to our moderator, Madam Ratna, thank you very much. So my presentation this morning is about the impact of COVID-19 outbreak in the disrupted education and online learning in higher education in the Philippines. So this presentation, I would like first to give you the timeline of the disrupted education due to COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines. Can I share a screen?
Okay.
Or do or okay.
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 Okay,
Thank you.
sir.
Okay. Regarding the disrupted education, on March 10, 2020, the city mayor of Caloocan City in Metro Manila in the Philippines has issued a suspension order of all classes at 1 o'clock in the afternoon from elementary, junior, and senior high school in higher education. And on March 16, 2020 to April 16, 2020, the Interagency Task Force, or IATF, has implemented the Enhanced Community Quarantine, or ECQ, to prevent the spread of coronavirus in the Philippines. And on May 15, 2020, the Enhanced Community Quarantine was extended amidst of GCQ, the MCQ, in order areas to severe cases of COVID-19 pandemic within the country and within the village. On August 5, 2020, all classes in the University of East Manila and Caloocan campuses have started the opening of classes from elementary, junior, and senior high school in higher education. Other private schools and state universities opened their online classes last August 25, 2020. And the Department of Education, or DepEd, will open the nationwide synchronous and asynchronous online classes starting October 5, 2020. Let's now proceed to the situation of the internet coverage in ASEAN countries, wherein there is a 95% of internet penetration in Brunei, There is 88% internet penetration in Singapore, 81% in Malaysia, 70% in Vietnam, 60% in the Philippines, 57% in Thailand, 40% in Indonesia, 40% in Cambodia, and 31% in Myanmar. There is no data that has been gathered from Timor-Leste, which is the newest member of the Southeast Asian nation. So in this case, that as we started the synchronous, asynchronous, and flexible learning, so we can now see what is the situation of the internet coverage and the different Southeast Asian nations. And then the President of the Republic of the Philippines, no other than President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, said that no school will be open until coronavirus is available in the Philippines. There are more than 3,000 higher learning institutions in the world, and the Canvas learning management system is used currently in the disrupted 21st century course delivery of education by faculty members and students worldwide. The system is used to extend the pedagogical synchronous, asynchronous, and flexible learning in the different classrooms for environment, and also the supervision in the higher learning institutions, or what we call the HEIs. Next slide, please. So the learning management system is a frontline for educators and technology-based learning strategy. Thousands of HIs have invested to the software and support them on off-campus online education, blended learning approach, and distance education, which is being said by Walter Linder, Morpray, and Dooley in 2016, and Malm and DeFranco in 2012. In terms of pioneering the University of the East in learning management system, the University of the East in Caloocan, an eminent, if not the first, to use the university portal in 2004 in the Camanaba regions, so it stands for Caloocan, Malabon, Navotas, and Valenzuela districts that are attuned to the need of universities in terms of digitalized platform known as the University Portal. The University of the East has opened the Canvas elements since 2018 to 2019, while training of faculty members was conducted university-wide. The synchronous and synchronous learning has been put into an online platform to facilitate the course arrangement, the downloading of PowerPoint presentations for lectures, the quiz and assignments, online submission of grades, every grading period or e-beta, the class list, faculty load, faculty evaluation, and e-pay slips and faculty demographics. Next slide, please. The impact of COVID-19 outbreak on commission and higher education in the Philippines. So education has changed dramatically within the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on the digital platforms. And of course, on supporting teachers, almost 50% of education system across income levels are providing additional in-service teacher training to prepare for distance learning, while teachers are receiving additional support and training. Their psychosocial health and well-being seem to be less attended to. The Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, in the Philippines issued COVID-19 advisories. Number one, CHED issued rules that the prevention of the outbreak in the state, private colleges, and universities on the following modality. As what I've said, it is on the distance learning, flexible learning, synchronous, and asynchronous learning. Next slide, please. When it comes to impact of COVID-19 outbreak in the Philippines and the Commission on Higher Education, there are different phases of COVID-19 outbreak and impact on children, specifically on out-of-school youths, or OSYs. Number one, this is one of the UNESCO's issuance of a memorandum worldwide, that there is a massive losses in learning. There is increase of drop-off rates among students in the world, and children miss the important meal of the day. And aside from that, aside from the impact of COVID-19, there's also the threats of COVID-19 outbreak. Alarming of cases of cyber threat has been multiplied enormously to society, to economy, and most especially our children. International Telecommunication Union is urging for safer and more secure access to digital technologies because of the global health crisis. According to United Nations, the COVID-19 has resulted in school shut across the world. 1.3 billion learners are still affected by school or university closures as educational institutions still start reopening around the world, according to UNESCO 2020. Next slide. Okay, in this COVID-19, teacher interrupted amid the COVID-19 crisis. The crisis around COVID-19 is leaving an indelible footprint in the hearts and minds of multiple generations of children and adults. The impact and ripple effects across our collective livelihood is likely too vast to comprehend. Next slide.
Hello, sir.
Yes. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues around the globe, governments, investors, and households are beginning to understand the financial and economic cost more clearly. The results show that there is a greater levels of pessimism on economic impact to the region than official estimates indicate. The report points out the regional stimulus effort to totaling approximately of 5.4 trillion US dollars, and while policymakers' appetites are constrained by memories of recent financial crisis, regional economies have space for further stimulus, and that is the impact of COVID-19 in the Asia-Pacific region. Next slide. There are different top priorities for regional cooperation include, number one, sharing pandemic preparedness practices, the vaccine development, and the three aspects of trade with respect to essential products. Number one, the facilitation of trade as a whole, the removal of export restriction, and removal of tariffs. As schools remain sheltered in many parts of the world, the report notes remote learning opportunities with a caveat that risks remain around the digital divide despite action being taken through the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, Internet and Digital Roadmap. There are different priorities stemming from the pandemic. Number one, the information sharing, the flow of essential products. Number three, moving beyond gross domestic product. Number four, facilitating e-commerce, because e-commerce is very important and play a pivotal role not only in the world but also in the Asia and the Pacific. And restarting the travel and tourism. As of this moment, travel and tourism has been started in the Philippines, and the Philippine government, to the Department of Tourism, is now welcoming visitors from foreign countries, but they need to observe the health protocol, like for example, wearing a face mask and wearing a face shield, and having a quarantine pass, and of course, they need to undergo a swab test. Number six, minimizing disruption to supply chain, because supply chain is very important when it comes to tariff, when it comes to business. And number seven, the most important, is the contact tracing, wherein the person or individual should undergo a swab test. Next slide. Okay, so regarding my presentation, I will present to you my research on the impact of disrupted education, online learning in coping mechanism and strategies of tourism, hospitality management, and business administration scholars in one Asian university. So my study was designed to administer the level of online disruption, the status of online learning in coping strategies of tourism, hospitality, and business administration scholars in one Asian university. My study tracked to find out the level of online disruption, the status of online learning, which is brought on the excessive usage of different gadgets, the importance of using gadgets in the synchronous environment, whereby coping mechanism found whether if there is a statistical relationship among the level of online disrupted education and status of online learning in the participant when it is grouped statistically according to demographics. So to move on, the research is significantly relevant due to the scarcity of study in this domain of tourism, hospitality, and business administration, predominantly in one Asian university. The descriptive, quantitative, and correlational design were employed to 152 tourism, hospitality, business administration students in the art appreciation class who participated in the study. The figures were analyzed using SPSS 21.0, the mean, the t-test, and the one-way ANOVA as a statistical tool for the comprehensive analysis for the data. Results reveal that students spent on an average from 5.6 a day using the gadgets for synchronous, asynchronous, and flexible learning. Results of the study found that students use gadgets for uploading, downloading videos, listening to their favorite music while traveling, and viral on TikToking and video blogging. Results also reveal that students use gadgets to connect with their close friends and also relatives to their parents, as common to tourism, hospitality, and business administration students through the online social media platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, WeChat, TikTok, YouTube channel, and other online shopping. And that's all. Salamat malam. Terima kasih.
Wow, a very nice presentation, sir. Well, on behalf of Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin, we would like to say, Maramin salamat po for spending your time to join our conference today. Okay, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. Muhammad Wahab Asad from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin. Today he is going to deliver his presentation with the title Local Election under the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, before we invite him to start his presentation, allow me to read his bibliography first. Okay. Dr. Muhammad Wahab Asad, a lecturer of Faculty of Social and Political Science at Islamic University of Kalimantan, Banjarmasin, Indonesia, lecturer on Magister Public Administration and Faculty of Social and Political Science at Islamic University of Kalimantan. Background study, undergraduate from Islamic Law at Indonesia Islamic University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, postgraduate, Magister Sociology at Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Doctor Program in Public Administration at Brawijaya University, Malang, Indonesia, Director Institute of Politics and Public Policy Studies, Banjarmasin, and founder House of Democracy and Civil Society, Banjarmasin. Until now, going well activity doing field research related local elections and money politics, local government and local democracy, local corruption and abuse of power, political corruption at local government, state and business relationship, corruption and natural resources, local actors and mafia democracy, local oligarchy and political dynasty. As a speaker on international conference in Egypt, Qatar, Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Australia. Published some papers in local journal and international journal, doing field research about political conference in Egypt 2010 and 2016. Well, for economizing the time, let's invite him to start his presentation. Time is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The speaker from Indonesia. Thank you very much. At the last minute to be speaker, and I will to conducting my my focusing addressing this to describe relation politics and democracy and COVID. So I would like to asking to operate to show my PowerPoint.
Okay, sir. Okay. Is that sir?
Okay.
Okay.
I want to describe about a local election and the COVID pandemic between democracy and humanity matters, a lesson from Indonesia. As we all know, in the few on December, Indonesian government will hold local election in the COVID time. Many community and social organization asking to government to postpone or delay to local election, but Indonesian government is still running well to be held election in December. In the COVID time, there are still massive on, so we can too difficult to hold the quality democracy in Indonesia in the COVID time. Indonesian today in democratization era, liberalization democracy is very often for political situation to participating in election. On December, Indonesia will hold Democratic Party and original head election simultaneously throughout Indonesia. Regional head election or local election or called Pilkada is democratic event to provide that Indonesia is one of democratic countries in the world. The nation state called Indonesia is the most important democracy today. But in the practically, Indonesia in many official government, elite captured corruption, and it's something to make this country after crackdown Suharto's government 22 years. Indonesian shifting paradigm from political authoritarian to democratic state, but we came to show that today the local government is hijacked democracy by to supporting financial for candidate in election. The democratic country in the world, the current democratization process in democratic emergence after the fall, the new order regime has provided space for the public to openly take part of democracy party. It is all known that during the new order regime, the regime was in power 32 years. Democratic life was not as free and not open it is today because during the new order government applied to authoritarian system. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to declare that the political station current time today, not according to imagination of people after political reformation and economic reformation. The politic and economic just only hijacked some people elite group are called oligarchy, local oligarchy, to manage political and natural resource by supporting financial vote for candidate. In COVID era, the candidacy incumbent candidates to how to use COVID issues to capitalize is to keeping something for the people to how to way to get supporters for the people. It is the way starting the pattern for incumbency to use COVID issue to politicization issue to accumulate supporters for the people. It is the strategy so that for the new order government change the institution power from authoritarian system to democratic system. Over time, change institution of the power are not directly proportional to creation of quality in this and the nation democratic system, because political elite or political actors still inherit authoritarian military and behavior that reflect the oligarchy and predatory behavior. In the current era of democratization, actor and political elite have transformed inherited and the characteristic of oligarchy at the local level. The character of oligarchy is increasingly structured with the increasingly rapid deployment of democracy. The rapid deployment of democracy has further distanced itself from substantive democracy, and democracy that is currently running thus a reflected mold of face oligarchy democracy controlled by oligarch or group of capital owners. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the political landscape today in Indonesia. The structured economy hijacked by oligarchy group, no make democracy for how to mail the beneficiary for the people in Indonesia. Indonesia will know is one rich natural resource, special and coal mining industry. But the coal mining industry exploitation massively just only to get to beneficiary for oligarch local and relation between state and actor business to build to political networking and business networking and business clientelism, how to build the strategy, the political patronage between actor collaboration with local power and local business. I think we can to empirical evidence from South Kalimantan province. Many had local government supporting by financial to how to be competition in local election and provide some money to candidate by a local position, local strongmen to winning the competition. Money has been applied as important today in Indonesian democracy. Money is everything. People just only political people just only to object politic for local actor and local elite. The political party on December, it is only democratic party for local government, local oligarchy, local predator. Well-known South Kalimantan province is one province rich in natural resources. We looking in Indonesian political behavior, collusion between local government and entrepreneurship, a local position, mining position is a collaboration, how to hijack local democracy. I think this is our problem in Indonesia today, especially including Kalimantan, South Kalimantan province. What can to hopeful for political behavior like this? I think so far how to buy democratic substantive. We can to just only show the political formally procedural democracy. We can so far to how to buy democratic substantive in the actor the behavior like predator and oligarch. I think we can to manage democracy for the better for the future, how to build democracy then better for the future. In the COVID era, okay, next. This is the one book is very interesting from Frederick Quinn, democracy. Frederick Quinn talking about democracy at down. Any explanation interesting from Professor Edward Asmil described political behavior in Indonesia today after political transition and the bailout consolidation democracy today. Professor Edward Aspinall write in his book entitled Democracy Post Shell, and other writer from Professor Mary McCoy called Democracy Indonesia Today as Scandal Democracy, a Criminal Democracy, and other research from Professor Tin Pepeski called Democracy Indonesia is a backsliding of democracy. This is the impact election, high cost democracy, impact of political corruption, political policy, many local government capture corruption. It is the impact on democratization or Pelkada or regional head local government, high cost democracy. After elected the candidate in election, the supporting financial local position to take in local to take in the shadow government, shadow state, and hijacked and under control of local position. Local government just only instrument interesting for local government, local position, local strongmen. The elected local government elected in Pelkada not to manage how to make the policy for public interesting, just only to sharpen the local position as cases in South Kalimantan, to serve the local entrepreneurship, local position, mining boss. The has implicated the quality of democracy due to employment of capital owner of political broker who sponsor candidate for regional heads. Therefore, regional head election are not more than replier of a capital owner of political elite fighting for political power at the local level. In the midst of the massive COVID, the Democratic Party will still have even thought a number of groups have asking for the postponement until COVID has decreased. However, the government will still carry out the Democratic Party admission public demand. Next. The reason for the regional head election, Pelkada, is still being carried out by the coordinating Ministry of Political, Legal and Security Affairs, Mahfud MD. He said the care out Pelkada during the COVID-19 pandemic was granted the people constitutional right to vote and be elected. Another reason was that no party will provide certainty about when COVID-19 will end. In fact, the postponement the Pelkada stage has been going for almost 2 months. Okay, next. This capture described the reason why Hep Party proposed the government to postpone the simultaneous implementation Pelkada, but Indonesian government still carry out the regional head local government state will be held on December. We can to fight between democracy and unity matter. I think people rational choice to more safety, health, and economic more than contentation, democratic contentation. People are more than elect to how to delay this contestation electoral. Not important for the people. Contestation electoral not important to people. It is the important for local government or Indonesian government, but the people then better delect this election. I think the COVID pandemic, Indonesia has yet to survive. It is even increasing the coronavirus pandemic has disrupted hundreds of elections. I think so difficult to explain why the Indonesian government is still carried out election on December, but many community group mass organization asking to Jokowi must be dealing the local election, but I don't know what to consider the people, the Indonesian government to still strong to carry out election on December, not consider willingness for the people, the gender of COVID virus is the dark shadow of a death and the soul death. It is very dangerous for soul the people, Indonesian people. Just the government is still strong to be held election on October. So I think we discussed this moment, especially for academician, Indonesian academicians, to give explanation what the Indonesian government is still strong to be held election for on December. I see many problems. Economic life and safety, health, and I think many more people died like the election, president election, the past in the massive copy today. I don't know what people died again, like the election presidents some months ago. So I want to discuss. I want to the fighting with academician from Indonesia. What can suggest for Indonesian government to Jokowi, President Jokowi? What is the considered still carried out to be held election on December? Okay. Next.
Excuse me, sir. 2 minutes left.
Okay. I think with more than 60 countries postponed 14,000 of others, including Burundi, France, and South Korea, went forward their election. So we can to imaginary all that what the democracy to getting democracy the pattern like this. I don't believe the democracy can to buy democracy substantive even to even democracy in Indonesia just only sell to a local position, local actor, and predatory, local predatory, not for the people, just only how to save the providing financial, supporting financial. I call this is the political gambling until no happen to happen, no meaningless as democracy until no in Indonesia. Indonesia under quality democracy, I think it is problem in democratization today after crackdown, Suharto's government, and we want to political transition and consolidation politics Indonesia until now is still failed. It's very difficult. Many interest group how to making the consolidation politic. Many pre-rider to hijack the democracy today in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Most welcome, sir. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before because as in before break we have a question and answer session, so let me directly invite the last presenter today. for the keynote speaker, Dr. Yati Nur Hayati from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arshad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin, Indonesia. Today she is going to deliver her presentation with the title, The Impact of COVID-19 in Business Contract. Well, before we invite her to start her presentation, allow me to read her biography. As I stated before that, her name is Yati Nur Hayati. She is one of the lecturers at the Faculty of Law, Islamic University of Kalimantan. She graduated her undergraduate program at Islamic University of Indonesia. She graduated her graduate program also from Islamic University Indonesia, and she graduated her postgraduate program from Islamic Sultan Agung University, Senior Program in Nagoya University 2018, and postdoctoral program at Erasmus School at Law Netherlands in this year 2020. Okay, before I invite her, let me say congratulations to Ibu. Congratulations, Ibu, even it's still postponed. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, for economics in the time, let's invite her to start her presentation. Time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you, Ibu Ratna. I will share my PowerPoint. Okay.
Okay, we can see clearly, ma'am.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you for having me. It is an honor to be here with you today. I would like to say thank you to Rector Islamic University of Kalimantan, Professor Abdul Malik, PhD, and also thank you to head of committee of this conference, Dr. Muhammad Zainul, and thank you to all keynote speaker, all committee and all participants of this conference. My name is Yati Nur Hayati, and I'm going to be speaking to you today about COVID-19 and its impact on business contract in legal perspective. As we might know, the COVID-19 spread fast and forced the government to take actions such as light social restrictions and implementing work from home policy. These events create the domino effects because they have to stay at home due to social distancing has also caught businesses unprepared. So, and this pandemic presents significant challenges to people and organizations around the globe, and also our industries.
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please speak louder?
Okay.
Yeah, speak louder.
Okay. Our industries are facing a new reality or supply disruptions, cutback in the demand for their product and services, and massive prohibitions and strain on their ability to use or maintain worker. So, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, a contract might not be performed or available as anticipated, like leading to an unexpected issue. So, we are facing a global health crisis unlikely ever before. one that is killing people, spreading human suffering, and upending people's life. But this is much more than the health crisis. This is human, economic, and social crisis. The COVID-19, which has been characterized as a pandemic, is striking societies at their core. So, how to say, in the business practices, we have seen that COVID-19 impacting the ability to perform or even creating issue in the contract, relation, and applications. So today we will discuss about COVID-19 in the impact of COVID-19 in the contract law. The problem is when the breach of contract comes from default and when it seems as a force measures. And then is the COVID-19 force measures, and last, the force measure terminate a contract or it is only delay the implementations. First, we need to learn what is the force measures. In the in the business law, force measure describe those uncontrollable events that aren't the fault of any parties and that make it difficult or impossible to carry out normal businesses. In the theory of force measures, there are two applications of impossibility doctrines. First, the compliance is impossible due to the nature of events. For example, the object in the contract is destroyed by natural disasters. And then, second, the compliance is extremely difficult to do. The debtor is capable to comply, but it will cost them great loss, which the improver in the term of the business cost and benefits. So, furthermore, there are several elements of force measures. First, breach. It means that isn't the fault of any party, and then uncontrollable force, and then unpredictable causative factor. Breach of contract can be defined as a failure to do what the contract requires without any legal cause. It means fail to comply or abide by the legal agreements. So, what the effect of force measures? As you can see, there are several effects as creditor can no longer ask for fulfillment of contract, and then the debtor can no longer be declared negligent and therefore is not obligated to pay compensations. And then the risk doesn't pass to the debtor. Then creditors cannot demand the termination of reciprocal agreements. And the effect of force measures, the last is the legal binding can be considered null and void. Then, what can you do to apply force measures in your contract? The most important thing is to create the force measure as a force measures clause as a part on your agreements. It is happen that you fail to create this type of clause. The heteronym factor apply through Article 13 and 39 of Civil Code, which regulates the binding nature of agreements, is not only limited as stated in the clause of contract, but how to say, also considering the principle of decency and the custom. If the party want to use force measure as an excuse for not performing their duty, there must proving that COVID-19 is a force majeure event, so that the fulfillment of obligation is impossible. And then there must proving that he cannot perform his obligation in their other way. And if the party want to use force majeure, therefore it has to be a causal relations that for force majeure resulting in inability to perform obligation by contract. And last, if a party want to use force measures, they must proving that he doesn't have to endure the risk either by law or by contract. Can the force majeure terminate the contract, or is it only delay the implementations? It is simple actually. If the obstacle is permanent, achievement are no longer possible by nature. Therefore, termination of contract is applicable. Whereas if obstacle is temporary, then COVID-19 end, and the achievement can be carried out, the suspension of contract is applicable. So back to the ground issue, is COVID-19 a force measures? In my opinion, in Indonesia, the answer is yes. The spread of COVID-19 can be used as a basic of force measures because it is contain an element of unpredictability affecting the ability to enforce the contract. And then termination of contract by force majeure can be done if due to COVID-19, the object is no longer be valuable, resulting in the failure to comply by contract. And if the implementation of contract can be carried out after the pandemic is over, then implementation can be postponed on the basis of force measures because the parties need to renegotiate the time. And it can also be agreed that the contract is determined and will enter renegotiation after the pandemic ends. But new issue rising, well, it is safe to say that in Indonesia, COVID-19 can be used as a reason for force measures because of presidential decree that regulate COVID-19 as a non-natural national disaster. However, another questions arise in the cross-border contract where where other countries do not recognize COVID-19 as a force measures. And also in common law countries, no matter what, the contract is legally binding for the parties and regularly implementing force measures. Therefore, making it hard to determine the enforceability of COVID-19 as a force measures, as a force measure, like a factor internationality. I think that would be the end of my presentations. I get back to our moderator, Ibu Ratna. Thank you. Hello, Ibu Ratna.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you very much for a very nice presentation, ma'am. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I stated before, that after all presenters have already presented their material, we are going to open a Q&A session. Okay, just now I told to the participants that if you have a question, you may type on the chat box. And based on the chat box, there are 2 questions here. So for the participants, if you want to ask a question, you just raise your hand and we are from the committee would like to point you. Okay, well, the first question is addressed to you, Professor Gomez. Okay, this question is from Dr. Indra Christian, Sangga Buana University, Bandung, Indonesia. Morning, sir. I have a question. Can you tell us the strategy? Can you tell us the strategy or perfect public policy from Australian government to reduce the pandemic effect and the solution to control people behavior against COVID? Okay, that's the question, sir. Yeah, as I said it before, that this question is addressed to Professor Gomez. Hello, sir. Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Alberto Gomez from LA Trop University,
Yes,
Australia.
sorry. I heard the
Okay.
question.
Yes,
I
sir.
forgot. I did
Okay.
not unmute. Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Indra. And I just want to say that Australia has done reasonably well in terms of curbing the spread of the COVID-19, spread of the coronavirus, I should say. And um, Melbourne, which is where I'm based, Victoria, unfortunately, we had experienced the second wave. And the premier of the states and the state governments has done extremely well. They imposed a hard lockdown. In fact, I can't even I can't even go 5 kilometers away from my home. So and I'm glad that they did this because I think, personally, I think that it's really important to address the health issue as far as the spread of the infection is concerned. And however, it is not so widely, I would say, popular. I mean, in Victoria, people are very supportive of the government's hard lockdown, but then there are also, especially the people from the right wing, the conservative, who tend to focus more on economics and wanting to open up the states and open up, and so they have been very critical, especially the Murdoch press here in this state, very critical of the premier and for his very stringent, I should say, hard measures. But that has worked because we had up to 725 cases a day in a population of 5 million. And that has dropped. Today's figure was 12 and it was 5. And so it's gone down to single digits in the last few days. So they have done very well. However, there is a there is a division, kind of difference of opinion about this, because those who are more concerned about their pockets and profits tend to put that ahead of the people in general. So that's in brief my response to this.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So, one strategy is taken by the government of Australia is the government is not allow the citizen to go out more than 5 kilometers. Okay. Yes, hopefully, Mr. Dr. Indra Kristen is we hope it is the answer of your question, sir. Okay, and then let's move to the next question. Yeah, let's break for a while, sir. Okay. Yes, as I said it before, that there are two questions, and then this question is addressed to Dr. Ruslan Yunus from Malaysia. This question is from Mr. Sabit Tohari of Faculty of Tutor Training and Education of Islamic University of Kalimantan. The question is, can I ask why we can counseling to client effective, but inside this moment COVID-19, maybe can be a few alternative solutions, sir. Yes, and then unfortunately,
Okay,
Dr.
okay.
Ahmad Ruslan.
Bu
Yes,
Ratna,
sir.
yeah,
Oh,
I'm here.
yeah.
I'm here.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Yes,
Let
it is
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pak Sobit, yeah.
Sobit. Yeah, Sobit, sir.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
good. Very question. There's a lot of question being asked to me about that matters. Yeah, we have when we talk about counseling, it's not face to face. We can also do a lot of in different medium. Even in teleconference, we can use videos, WhatsApp, uh, chatting. That's also help. Something that mentioned by one of the speakers here. The very important thing is empathy aspects. If you can show your empathy through any medium, that will be a workable way of doing it. I like to do analogy. When I do counseling with my clients, I do analogy. Analogy is meaning you tell somebody stories which relate to the stories of the client. If you can able to find videos online, you post to the persons, and the persons can learn from the videos if relates to their problems. I think we can need to innovate into that aspect. We all the best you can try do it, Mr. Sobit and others. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for the excellent answer. Yes, to Mr. Sobit Tohari, no worries, sir. You still can do it, even you can do it online. Yeah, you don't need to wait for until the post-pandemic. Now, or during the pandemic, you also can do it. Okay, and then the most important thing from his explanation is empathy. Empathy is also very important to our client. Okay, yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, yes, yes, the next question. Okay, this question is addressed to Dr. Makaria from Philippines. I'm doing research on students' motivation in learning online during pandemic. So how are Philippine motivation there related to the research? Is that? Hello, sir.
Yes,
Dr.
madam.
Makar. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Should I repeat the question or not need?
There are. Yes, I've read it already before.
Okay.
Okay, as for the motivation for students, very easy to conduct research when it comes to COVID-19 and when it comes to the learning, students' motivation learning online. So what you're going to do, for example, if you're conducting online classes, like for example, even if it's synchronous, or whether it is flexible learning, what you're going to do, for example, is to ask your students if they would like to participate in your research, and then give them, for example, a survey question with consent. And then if they don't want to participate, so be it. So it's very easy to motivate students, because when we say motivation, it's always comes with what we call motivational learning strategy is very vital to improve student learning outcomes. Yes, that's and then if you want to explore more about the motivation of students, you can actually motivate them. How's their student academic performance, and what is the role of motivation, even what's the role of strategies, and what are the different perceived factors when it comes to online learning, or when it comes to disrupted education, and the impact of COVID-19 outbreak or COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. But yeah, the situation in our countries may be different from your country. Could you please share the strategy how to motivate students related to the research based on your experience in the Philippines?
Thank you, madam. Terima kasih.
Okay. Yes, the next question is addressed to Bu Yati. Hello, ma'am. My name is Yasir from Faculty of Law, Lambung Mangkurat University, Indonesia. Can China legally be declared responsible for the international spread of COVID-19 due to failure to disclose that situation? If you could please give us your perspective, it would be great. Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Miss, yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Should I repeat, ma'am?
Okay, please repeat.
Yeah. Can China legally be declared responsible for the international spread of COVID-19 due to failure to disclose their situation? If you could give us your perspective, it would be great. Thank you. Yeah, China legally be declared responsible for the international spread of COVID-19.
Yeah, it actually has been discussed in several international conferences on law. A few experts on international law say that China could be sued in a civil court for losses caused by COVID-19. How to say, with the ground of the tort law or unlawful act, but the evidence will be very complicated. In my opinion, in determining the liability in civil procedure, the most important thing is proving that proving that the fault for COVID-19 in the fact fall from China. Because the law experience regulate the doctrine of liability based on fault. Thank you, Ms. Ratna.
Okay, yes, thank you, ma'am, for the explanation. And then for Mr. Yasir said, we hope it is the answer of your question, sir. Okay, yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, as I stated before that for this session, if you don't want to type in the chat box, you can raise your hand to ask a question. Okay. Hello, respected participants. We are still waiting for the question. Okay, this question is addressed to Prof. Asimada Yuzuru. Regarding the COVID-19 policy in Japan, what is the government action and policy on balancing the economic and health safety in Japan, and how the people respond to that policy? Thank you. Prof?
Yes.
Okay, is that clear?
Thank you very much for question.
Okay.
So, yeah, now Japanese government seek to balance between the economy and the safety of the people. So in I just okay. In the mid June, the Japanese government lift the declaration of the emergency. So and let the economy going normal slowly. So now the Japanese government applied some measures. For example, that before the Japanese government, based on the law, request to the such as baseball stadium or the I forget the cinema, the bioscope.
Yes, you can speak Indonesia because it is from Indonesia.
Oke, nanti saya coba pakai bahasa Indonesia ya. Karena
you
sekarang
can answer.
ya. Sekarang di bulan Juni, di tengah bulan Juni, pemerintah Jepang mengangkat batas kegiatan sosial pembatasan kegiatan sosial yang diterapkan berdasarkan undang-undang. Dan sekarang sedikit demi sedikit mencari itu seimbangan antara ekonomi dan keselamatan masyarakat. Misalnya dulu pemerintah meminta tempat olahraga atau bioskop tidak membuka tempatnya, tapi sekarang sudah izinkan itu mereka memenuhi tempat duduk sampai maksimum 50%. Nah, akhir-akhir ini itu batasnya itu diangkat dari 50% sampai 70%, 80%. Dan juga itu batas jam kerja, jam buka, tempat malam juga sedikit demi sedikit dilonggarkan. Seperti itu di seluruh Jepang, pemerintah mengimbau kepada pemilik tempat hiburan tutup tempat mereka, gantiannya subsidi dari pemerintah. Tapi sekarang permintaan penutupan seperti itu sudah dibatasi di tempat, di satu wilayah, satu kawasan, bukan seluruh Jepang. Ya gitu. Makanya sekarang masih mungkin sedikit-sedikit itu cari itu solusi. Tapi memang kita tetap memperhatikan keadaan. Kalau jika ada ingatnya jumlah kasus, mungkin pembatasannya akan diketat lagi. Itu jadi jawaban nggak ya?
Okay, very nice explanation. I'm really proud of you, sir. Even you, stayed in Indonesia only a year, but you can speak Indonesia very well. Okay.
I almost every year I visit Indonesia, so that my experience in Indonesia is more than around 20 years.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Bahasa is my very
your
normal
second language.
for me.
Okay. Yes. Actually, Mr. Ahmad. From Japan, actually several times ago, the government of Japan totally closed, but now it is different. Now by day by day, the government of Japan allowed to open, even not totally open. Okay, we hope it's that that is the answer of your question, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the last question anymore? Yes, I invite the participant on the screen to raise a hand for the question. Okay. Okay. It has been, I have been read this. Okay, yes, well, ready for the last participant to raise a question. I invite the keynote speaker if you want to say something. Prof. Alberto Gomez. If you want to say something, Prof. Your presentation was really wonderful just now.
Thank you very much. I think there is a question for me. It's to do with how does the government reason the regulation to the Australian public by Rahmat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think in the case of Australia, the initial messaging it's to do with the question of messaging, and the second issue is to do with the politicization of the pandemic. So we find, for example, the messaging in Australia has been quite clear that this is a pandemic. It is serious. So this is a virus that is serious, and all measures have to be taken to curtail its spread. So that was the very clear message, and that we need to impose these various measures, and the lockdown was one of it. But however, because of the social media and because of the politicization of the pandemic, and particularly given the way the United States has approached this. I think the way the US has approached the pandemic is absolutely deplorable, and especially from the case of the president. I don't mind saying this, but the messaging was so unclear. So you have a leader in the United States who has been, for example, putting blame, and I think this is one of the questions about the liability of China, and the virus was referred to as the China virus. And this, in fact, is totally irresponsible. Now, in the case of Australia, this has led to some kind of racism against people of Chinese background in Melbourne, because they associate it with race. And I think this is a very dangerous situation. The other aspect of the politicization is then you have business leaders, politicians who keep pushing for various kinds of economic measures. So they want to make sure that the various economic businesses and companies are open earlier, and this has also given mixed messages. So we have had, for example, in this state of Victoria, in the case of Melbourne, we have had people who protested. One of the ways that they have responded to this is the fines have been, and getting the police to act on this. It has been very strictly, very strictly administered as far as the lockdown is concerned. So the fines are quite high, exorbitant. If you break the curfew, for example, it's 5,000 Australian dollars. So you multiply that by, I don't know, 10 or 15 rupiah. That's a lot of money to be fined. But yet, because of the mixed messages and the conspiracy theories that have been going around in the social media, for example, it has not in any way helped people who are very serious about trying to, deal from a health perspective, this spread of the coronavirus. So we have this clash, the politics in terms of the right wing and the left wing. Then we have also a clash in terms of the health practitioners, the people who are the ones who are the experts. And then we have a clash of the police who have to implement and some of these measures. And then you have the politicians of both sides using it as a political football in order to attack the opposite side. And this has made matters worse. So this is why in my talk, I keep stressing the point that we have to keep focused on the fact that we are one humanity, and that the divisions are just going to, and the segregation that has occurred are just going to make things even worse. So the COVID pandemic is one, but mark the words of the various scientists that we have a number of more serious viruses just waiting to come out into open. And so it may not happen in China. I hope it doesn't happen in Indonesia. But if, for example, the virus starts to spread in Indonesia, so the question that I want to put to is China liable to this? Then is China liable for this? The Spanish flu, it's called the Spanish flu. It started in the US. So why isn't the United States held liable for the Spanish flu? It's called Spanish flu when it's got nothing to do with Spain. It's only the fact that a lot of people in Spain were affected by it and the media focused on it, but it actually originated in the US. So we have to be very careful on how we put, how we blame, how we have this accusing finger pointing to different countries in the world. And another country that has dealt with the pandemic in a marvelous way is Malaysia. And Malaysia, they had very good sort of measures, and they kept to the lockdown, and they insisted that people keep to it. And the messaging was very clear over there, even though there were a number of mixed messages and wrong advice. at the end of the day, it was a extremely efficient and capable health, department that ensured that Malaysia was not in any way in a bad shape as the other countries. And Indonesia is bad, but if you go to the US, Brazil, you go to the UK, all these governments are led by autocrats. They are led by totalitarian people and oligarchs, I would say, and they are suffering the worst consequences of the pandemic. So, we have to keep in mind that I think Asian countries are way, way ahead in terms of dealing with this pandemic than the Western countries, with the exception of a few countries like New Zealand. And New Zealand, they have handled it very well because they have a female prime minister who is a prime minister who cares about people rather than about profits.
So will you say, sir, don't blame COVID-19?
Sorry?
Will you say that don't blame COVID-19? Don't blame.
I think the problems were there. The problems in society. I think one of the presentations was, that pointed out in terms of the winners and the losers. The professor from Japan, and this is very clear because the people who are the winners. Now, let me give you another example. Now we talk about economic problems as a result of COVID-19. If you look at the stock market, absolutely nothing has happened. Okay, so the stock market is still very strong, but then you have people who are in the lower, the migrant workers, the people who are in the lower socioeconomic status, they are the ones who are suffering. The various billionaires have in fact increased their wealth, and so COVID-19 has in fact, the pandemic has exposed a problem that we have in the world today, which is inequality. And we have 1% of the global population that is dominating and controlling 99%. And really, unfortunately, the pandemic has exposed this, stark and terrible, deplorable inequality in the world. And I think all our countries in the region will have to do something about ensuring that there is much greater equality in our various countries, and that we take care of people in lower socioeconomic positions and status. This is what happened in Melbourne. The very high rate of spread was among people who were of lower socioeconomic status. In Melbourne, some people started to blame Muslims because the spread was among Muslim families who got together after Hari Raya, okay, and these large families, and they said it spread. So people started targeting, and this kind of blame game is only going to make matters worse. So it is a virus. It is people who are spreading the virus. So let's keep this in perspective. And the people who are spreading the virus, not all of them are irresponsible, but most of them have been infected by this virus. And the people who are rich and wealthy, they are the ones who are able to protect themselves. So this is the start. This is the sad world that we are living in. And this virus will not go away, but more dangerous viruses will come.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the excellent explanation, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before coming to the break time, on behalf of Islamic University of Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin, Indonesia, would like to say thank you very much for the all keynote speakers. Dr. Ahmad Ruslan Yunus from Ilham Rosa UPLT Malaysia, Professor Alberto Gomez from LA Trobe University, Australia, Dr. Macario Gayeta from University of the East Philippines, Professor Shimada Yuzuru from Nagoya University, Japan, Dr. Muhammad Wahib Asad from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Serkandila from Kastamonu University, Turkey, and the last one, thank you very much, Ibu, Dr. Yati Nurhayati from Islamic University of Kalimantan, Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. Well, yes, sir, thank you very much. And then we do apologize if during this conference any something unsuitable in your heart. We do hope that one day we will see again, not virtually, but offline. Okay, and then also, as I stated before that, we have a collaboration with some institution abroad. So, sir, sir, for the all keynote speakers, I mean here from Japan, from Australia, from Philippines, and then from Turkey. If you are interested in making collaboration with us, sir, please, let me know or let us know. I mean here, we will be very happy because we do believe that it's quite hard for us to be success without collaboration. Thank you very much, sir. Bu Yati, and now let's come to the break time, because after this we still have parallel session for the lecturer and students. Sir, just now I say that after break time there are some paper presenters who are going to deliver their presentation. Okay, and that's all for today. As a moderator, would like to say thank you very much for the all keynote speaker and all participants. But for the participants, don't forget to return back to this room at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Habis ya. Live. Nice presentation, bro. You did best. Nice presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Prof.
Oh.
Yo.
Halo.
Halo, Prof.
Yeah, hi.
Materinya baluman kah?
Oh, okay. I'll see you. Thank you.
As a result, Banjarmasin city, known as the City of Thousand Rivers, has an area of 98.46 kilometers square. Universitas Islam Kalimantan, the place where knowledge and innovation are integrated in humanity through its long story since 1981.
Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Kalimantan Muhammad Arsyad Al-Banjari Banjarmasin. UNISKA merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Kalimantan. UNISKA mempunyai visi menjadi universitas Islam yang unggul di kawasan ASEAN pada tahun 2031. UNISKA terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kerjasama di tingkat regional, nasional, dan ASEAN dalam rangka mencapai visi tahun 2031. Networking sekarang sudah kita bangun ya, dengan berbagai universitas yang ada di ASEAN. Bahkan kami sekarang hampir setiap semester itu mengirimkan student dalam rangka bagaimana mencapai visi tersebut supaya UNISKA tahun 2031 benar-benar bisa mencapai visi yang telah dicanangkan.
Universitas Islam Kalimantan is considered as the oldest and the largest private university in South Kalimantan. It has been through a substantial change for more than a century. UNISKA currently has 10 faculties with 21 majors and 4 master degrees program. Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Teacher Trainings and Education, Faculty of Economic, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Islamic Studies, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Information Technology, Faculty of Pharmacy,
Saya Dr. Insinyur Gusti Rami MT ditunjuk sebagai Ketua Umum Badan Pengurus Yayasan UNISKA menangani tentang sarana-sarana, sumber daya manusia, dosen dan staf, dan tentang keuangan. Jadi UNISKA selama ini sudah berumur 41 tahun, sudah membangun kampus yang representatif. Nah, harapan kita nanti semua fakultas untuk S1 pindah ke sana. Jadi untuk S2 masih berada di kampus yang lama. Nah, ke depannya mudah-mudahan ini memberi berkah kepada UNISKA menjadi akreditasi A. Itulah yang kita harapkan ke depan. UNISKA itu adalah perguruan tinggi yang berkualitas dengan akreditasi A. Itu yang kita harapkan.
UNISKA is an Islamic university with multicultural, open, humanist, and globally competitive, which encompasses broad scientific disciplines. UNISKA also extends its commitment in the field of academic development, research, and service activities through a number of disciplines within its scope. It is our commitment to constantly developing a learning community that always moves forward, to embrace all talented young people, to produce excellent human resources for the better Indonesia. Optimizing management service and increasing cooperation with related institutions both domestically and internationally. Many graduates of Universitas Islam Kalimantan play a central role in both national and global development, a strong tradition to make contribution in society.
Tanah airku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenal selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai.
Ya, itulah yang membuat ya HEP ini
Engkau ku hargai.
Saya sebagai dekran dan juga ratusan teman-teman kita tahu bahwa
Tanah airku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenal selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai.
Tadi guru-guru dari SPP semua.
Engkau ku hargai.
Yang memerah darah, yang memutih tulang, kerinduan untuk Indonesia tempatku berpulang. Sejarah mengakar sejak saya lahir. Semangat yang tak akan lekang hingga akhir. Indonesia hidup bernafas dalam geram tubuhku. Meski ke tanah seberang ku habisi waktu, tetap raga ini mengantar mimpi upertiwi. Junjung naba baik, tinggi, tinggi.
Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani,
Siapa caranya mau ketemu?
yang